which is I will describe about the solitary people, social isolation. In space planning can create social interaction. The third item is research methodology, which is methodology use. The first item I propose to use the case study, and the second research method I will using a questionnaire. And then next is the data collection methods and the data analysis method. The fourth item is the expected finding, and then the conclusion, and then the reference and appendix. Okay, for the introduction, the background of the problem. Loneliness has devastating impact on people's physical and mental health, and it's growing problem abroad, and so much that experts around the world has begun referring the issue as the epidemic. City dwellers are the particularly high risk and confluence the urban factors, including the poor connectivity and the high cost of living for social cohesion. More than half of the world's citizens already live in the urban areas, and this is predicted to grow to two-thirds by 2050. It's crucial we acknowledge the role our urban infrastructure plays in the mounting problem. Our community, everyday environment, and changing risks slipping into the world of isolation. Okay, next is the research aim and objective. The study is basically research on the oriented housing planning to promote interaction among the solitary dwellers. The research aim, which is the targeted group, the solitary dwellers, by creating the social oriented living, which can integrate by interaction among the dwellers. Okay, the diagram shows that the supportive resident network inside the co-op housing project. Okay, next is the literature review. The first item for the literature review is the loneliness. What is the meaning about is the loneliness? Loneliness is the unpleasant emotional response to perceived isolation. Loneliness is also described as a social pain, psychological mechanism which motivate individual to seek social connections. It is often associated with the unwanted lack of connection and intimacy. Loneliness overlap and yet is distinct from the solitude. Solitude is a simple state of being apart from others. Not everyone who experience solitude feel lonely. Social loneliness is the loneliness people experience because of lack of wider social network. They may not feel they are member of the community, or they have a friend and allies whom they can rely on their times of distress. Okay, next literature review is solitary people. Solitary people are often pathologized by popular culture, seen as being in a transitional state or not considered at all. They prefer to spend his or her free time alone rather than company of others, and who usually pursue activity independently rather than being accompanied by other people. They also like to attend the activity independently, regardless of the presence of the people at activities once the person has arrived. Example of such activity might include dining out alone, going concert alone, or even traveling alone. Since some people may see solitary or independent activity as unwanted and cause for loneliness, it is important to distinguish this individual from the solitary people who prefer spend alone, who prefer to pursue activity independently, and who find strength and pleasure therein. Okay, the third item for this review is a space planning can create social interaction. Studies suggest that outdoor space can enhance social interaction. Outdoor space are placed for chance encounter and potential interaction with other people. This space provide opportunity for individual to engage high level social interaction in large apartment buildings. Individuals socialize in common outdoor to increase reaction opportunities outside the home. The factor that influence social interaction in housing instead are classified into two general types. One is social variable and second is physical element of communal outdoor space. Okay, the fourth item is research methodology, which is the first item I will using the precedent study. The the building that using for the precedent study is the Central Bahir by Herman Herzeberger. So this building is the Ministry of Social Affairs Employment in The Hague in 1979 to 1990, was the first building to develop the idea of the internal street or elongated atrium to encourage social interaction and get light into all the rooms. The concept of the Central Bahir building involved the application of single repeated spatial unit 9 by 9 meters, a basic building blocks. The dimension chosen so as they able to accommodate all the component of the program. The special unit have the a pronounced form yet, but independently the specific duties and therefore the interpretable and polyvalent, with the floor articulated as so many islands interlinked by element acting as bridge and surrounded by the open space. The level was an open work system and its different level linked specially. Okay, research methods number two, I will using the questionnaire. There is 18 question of the questionnaire and I propose to distribute to 100 people, which is the targeted group. I divided to four group, which is the first is student, second single, third is single parents, and the fourth is the elderly. I will show the my proposed questionnaire after I finish the slide. Okay, the data analysis use, I propose to use the SPSS statistic, which is I will using the cross tabulation and the chi-square. Okay, the fifth is the expected finding. This research is attempt to offer the perspective on the role of the to create a social interaction between solitary dwellers to interact during their routine activities by creating proper space planning and well planning common space. Uh, with the first item is the flexible open space. This is the which I propose. Flexible open space by creating flexible in between spaces, the interaction between dweller can created and spark as the targeted dweller are known as solitary attitude are preferred to attend their activity individually. The spaces can be planned for them to having their own activity, but spaces for the activity will unintended to interact between other dwellers and slowly to create communication that can lead to social interaction. Okay, the second finding is a centralized common area. The common area are the main area that all the dwellers utilize or bypass. By creating the common areas to centralize before the dwellers go to the separate way, this can proven to solve the solitary dwellers interact to each other. Okay, generally the conclusion, the designing the community-oriented housing with a focus on the creating such opportunities through organized group activities in the well-designed space and programs can improve social interaction by give the targeted group opportunities to give other people, uh, to meet other people. The intervention can engage in conversation, speak, give and they take compliments, grow comfortable with period of silence, and communicate in positive way non-verbally. This is my reference. Okay, I will show you the proposed questionnaire. Uh, can you see my questionnaire?
Yeah, proceed.
Can you can see.
Okay. The questionnaire is a demographic feature for the respondent, which is I targeted the four groups: student, single parent, and elderly. So the first item we ask about the age, and then the ethnic, religion, occupation, a nature of jobs, the household income, the qualification, marital status, role of respondent in the house, number of the family, type of household. Okay, the B item is the preferred dwelling features for their house. It means and then explain about the family activities. This one is the spaces preferred by them inside their house, and then the preferred environmental features. This one aspect, then the environmental features, the community space they are wanted for their housing environment. Okay, okay, that's all. That's all in my proposed questionnaire. Okay, that's all on my draft presentation for uh, the research method. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Izzat. I think mungkin Muhammad Izzat want to comment first.
Oh, you, how about Miss Intan? You don't want to comment first? I don't
Okay.
mind lah.
All right. Then I'll make my move first. All right.
Okay, please.
All right. Okay. Overall, thank you to the presenters. Basically, I think this is a very interesting topic. Oriented housing plannings, right? To promote
Yep.
interaction among solitary dwellers. So that's mean um, solitary dwellers is someone that has high levels of, need more privacies. Uh, and then maybe high levels of individualistics. Okay, based on what you have presented, part of the issues that I see that you highlight is about the loneliness uh,
Mm-hmm.
and solitary peoples lah, about what are attended activities individually. And you have shown to me about you are trying to raise the research related to the space planning, right?
Yep.
Okay. But my questions now, you have in mind the ideas of what are the relationship between social plannings versus physicals needs, right? Physicals requirements, so social variables and also physical variables. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and the way you doing your methods, I see that you choose two methods. One is case study, and second method it's a questionnaire survey. So
Yes.
basically, you are doing a mixed method.
Yes.
Okay.
Betul.
In the selections of the case studies, I think it's very important to select the case studies that are also a housing, because I think your case study, I'm not sure whether it's housing or not. Is it housing,
But
your case study?
it's office,
Office.
not a housing. Yeah.
So that's why it's there's some hollow in the research to meet the objectivities of the research, because I think
Okay.
the case studies doesn't represent the main typologies buildings that you want to highlight. So that
Mm-hmm.
is main issues. And then in order for you to construct a case studies, because I'm not an expert on case studies, but the way I see case studies doesn't work as individually. If you want to do a case studies, the way I see, if you wanted to do a case studies or a precedent studies, it's good to have a comparative analysis case study. So that's mean you have two case studies. So one buildings in global context, anything, anywhere around the world that are truly certified. This is one of the best co-housings design, and also the one that is in local context. The reason is why then you can see the influence of culturals, because I think although that if you take a look on the western side, they have different cultures perspective that might influence the space plannings. But if you looking into the our local context, the way we perceive or utilize the space is different. So in fact, in Malaysia, we have a lot of new developments of co-housing, not just co-housing. We have a lot of new developments of multi-generational housing that has been I think widely well known in Malaysia right now, because I think quite a lot of developers are constructing these kinds of housing so that it meets towards our needs of 2050, 2040 plannings. So I think these are the things I think you have to take a look at the opportunity. What are the suitable case studies to be choose for your research? Okay,
Okay.
and then the second thing is about the questionnaire survey. I don't mind to conduct a questionnaire survey. But then I think you have to take a look in terms of your uh,
Question.
not just the questions about durations to achieve the questions. I mean, like
Okay.
you will have to do quite a lot lah. I mean, like you have to interview like what up to 100. So I
Yep.
think this is a research method class. I'm not sure whether you are up to that levels that you have to achieve, or maybe you can find a few research saying that some examples people studies about housings. Um, uh, if this is more like a not really like a PhD levels, I think this is more like a pilot study kinds of uh, findings that you are about to achieve. So if that doing so, I think probably for me, the way I look at maybe around 50, but then you have to check lah a few journals. Okay, let's say the first journal saying that they are doing around 40, second journals they are doing around 30. Then you decide which one are the best for you to get the respondents, how many respondents that you actually required. So because I
Okay.
think the deliverance of time, I think it's very important rather than uh, the quantities amounts that you are about to achieve. In terms of the methods, I think I don't mind for you to use the SPSS statistic method, cross tabulation, T-square, it's okay. Um, but then on the question itself, okay, can I take a look a little bit on your questions? Okay, one thing, if you construct a questionnaire survey, okay, if you see, right, go down to the features part.
Features part.
Okay, even like this is to prioritize what are the number, is it? Is it
Yep.
indicate number one, number two, which space?
Yep. Yep.
All right, okay, this one okay. And then bottom, okay, which are the following features, right? Environmental features. Please select all relevant answer. If you select all relevant answer, I think I'm not sure because I'm not really an expert on the quantitative method. But one thing that I see, I would prefer Likert scale kinds of method. Let's say that close to my workspace, Likert scale 1 to 4. So if you
Oh,
have Likert
okay.
scale, then it's easy for you to quantify, and it's easy for you to really understand which one are the prioritized, whether close to the workspace or promote community activities. Then you can see what are the patterns or the behaviors of these solitary dwellers. So if you are doing like this, it's very unjustifiable to me to find out which one are the high priorities for that persons to perceive what kinds of environments they wanted to be live in. So Likert scale, I think much more effective for these kind of questions.
Okay. Noted.
Um, okay, I think I talk too much. Maybe Izzat want to add on.
Thank you, Miss Intan. Thank you, Izzat. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Thank you for your presentation just now. I think I quite like the way that you differentiate the difference between solitude and loneliness. Because I personally myself, I learned something new here, which is the difference lah between the solitude and the loneliness. And then you mentioned about your expected findings is flexible space, if I'm not wrong, flexible space and centralized common area.
Yep.
You are looking into physical drawings of these two, or the factors that contributed towards how effective these two I mean, you are looking into output as drawings or factors. What is the factors that contribute to a flexible space, such as space, or you are looking into more on physical part, which is the drawing itself?
I propose to looking on the physical part, which is the drawing lah.
The design itself. Okay,
Yeah, the design itself. Yeah.
okay, right, noted. And then I do agree with Miss Intan about the case study. And then the
Mm-hmm.
case study, there's a range of years, if I'm not wrong, 1979 to 1990. Does that means it already been demolished, or is the architect age? I mean, the case study, there's
And the
a
kids already demolished.
okay. So
Uh-uh.
that means it's not that sustainable. Means that it's already been demolished. As in, what is the reason? If you don't mind, I'm asking.
Uh, I'm not sure about it actually.
Okay, okay,
Why?
right. Okay, right. But I do agree with Ms. Intan. In choosing a case study, I think it's quite critical. If you want to proceed case study as one of your research method, you need to
Mm-hmm.
properly choose. As in the context, like Ms. Intan already mentioned it, in international context and Malaysia context. But you can take a look at the social context. I mean the time context as well, because it's already been demolished. Maybe nowadays there's a maybe better options for this kind of
Mm-hmm.
housing typologies. So instead of just regional context, you can look at the timing context as well. More recent case study, and then you need to justify lah the case study chosen
Okay.
in more thoroughly. And then for data analysis, I have no problem. For
Mm-hmm.
DXS statistical, it is after all a well-known and well-adapted method for analysis of data. And then
Okay.
your questionnaire during pandemic time, what's your strategy during this pandemic time for the questionnaire?
Uh, Actually, I propose to use the Google form.
Right, right. And then
Uh-huh.
okay, back to your questionnaire.
Mm-hmm.
You are putting, I think, for in addition of Likert scale, like Ms. Intan mentioned before, in your daily activities, there's a objective, there's a box, and people need to write on it. For yeah, if you go into daily activities,
Daily activities.
the one, yeah, can you explain your family just now? Okay, number 13 is yeah, it's there. Maybe you
Mm-hmm.
can also put either photos, or either put it as easier to digest, as easier for people to answer. Because when doing
Mm-hmm.
questionnaire, I think if people give us questionnaire, even me myself, I don't want to put my a lot of my time answering the questionnaire. So I
Mm-hmm.
personally personally want you to make it to strategize, make it as easier for
Mm-hmm.
people to answer. For okay, that's the number one. Number two, for preferred environment, the community space. I think the last bit, I think you should put some photos as well, some pictures, so people can look at
Oh,
it and straight away answer it. What type of space that they prefer, what type of community space that they prefer, the preferred environment, so they can just look at it, and then
okay.
just straight away tick, instead of putting a lot of time and going through writing one by one. At least that's in my opinion lah. And then
Okay.
you also need to justify the number of respondent. You mentioned 100, but if
Mm-hmm.
I think you can ask expert lah. Me myself, I don't have any idea because I didn't use SPSS, but I heard it's range from as minimum as 30 to maximum as
30.
600. As minimum as 30. I read somewhere before this, I want to choose SPSS, but then I changed my method lah. But you need to justify the number of respondent. I don't I
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need 100 lah, in my opinion, for the time given for this kind of assignment.
Okay.
And then for your housing typology, did you have any price bracket? Means that affordable, medium, or luxury housing?
Uh, Maybe it's a affordable item because nowadays punya economy I prefer untuk propose affordable lah.
So you are looking, okay, okay, right. Okay, because
Mm-hmm.
I do agree lah, to some extent. Affordable housing is one of the most affected lah in terms of this
Mm-mm.
communal space, accessibility, availability of communal space. So you should I think you should put your scope of research as well in affordable housing, because at the moment
Okay.
I couldn't see it. Maybe you already present it, but I do apologize, I couldn't see it. You should put your scope of study lah, which is if you want
Scope
to
of study.
put it as affordable housing, you should I think it's good lah, you proceed with affordable housing, especially that's the severe cases lah for communal space availability and accessibility. I think that's pretty much from me. Thank you very much, Izzat.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you, panels, Miss Intan and Cik Izzat.
Okay, thank you. So I think we can proceed with next presenter.
Yep, Faiz.
Which is, oh, okay. Right.
Okay. Can you listen my voice?
Boleh?
Alright. Okay. I could not share my screen because I have to get a permissions. Why?
Sorry?
I couldn't share my screen because it said I need to have you must grant a permission in order to screen share.
What about others? Just now, how I want to change the
Okay. I leave back and then I try.
let everyone share their screen. I already approve. Can you share your screen?
Okay.
Boleh tak,
Can you,
Faiz? Okay.
okay. Can you see my
Alright.
screen?
Alright. Okay.
Okay.
Can.
So I can start now.
Yes, please.
That's okay.
Yes, Faiz.
Good morning.
I thought you are going for the swab test.
Sorry.
Not you, eh? I thought you are going for the swab test for the COVID.
No, not me. There's somebody else.
Oh, so there.
Ah,
Okay, there are two Faiz in our group. Alright. Okay.
yes.
You can start presenting.
Okay. Good morning to the externals and colleagues. My name is Muhammad Faiz bin Zakaria. My metric number is MBE1043. So my research proposal is I'll talk about my about the additive manufacture technology to reconstruct architecture industry, and also the possibility replacement of the traditional building and construction method. So these are my table of contents. First, we're going to talk about the introductions, literature review, research methodology, findings, and I'm going to conclude with a conclusion and reference. For the introductions, this research analyzed the capability of the additive manufacture technology, or commonly known as the 3D printing technology, which is able to reconstruct the architecture industry and possibly replacement of the traditional building and the construction method. The material and the method that I'm proposing for the research is using the survey and multiple case studies. On the statement of the problems, I find that the scope of architect is becoming limited and strip away the responsibility and the profit of the architect due to the technology advancements and intimidations from the expert, so-called the expert in their field, especially within the building and the construction method. So based on the challenge, based on that, the challenge of the architect, I find that three questions, which is number one is what will happen if the scope architect are becoming smaller, and then who will affect to the consequences, and the third one is why the advanced technology are suitable solution on preserve the architect liabilities. For the objective of the study, the research proposed to study how does the additive manufacturing technology able to reconstruct the architecture industry, and the possibility of the 3D printing technology replace the traditional construction of method. So these are the example of the additive technology, or so-called AM, to be short form. For the specific aim of the studies, number one is to identify the benefits of architect that embrace and specialize the technology of 3D printing. Number two, to assess the opportunity and of the AM technology as the future of the building and the construction method. Number three is to understand the capability additive manufacture application in an architecture industry. The scope of the study is, for this study, I'm proposed on focusing the architectural practice and also the projects. Either is a conceptual proposal project or a small prototype project that located in a local or international as a key study for the research study. For the significance of the study, for the practice architect, this result could be enlarged and restructure the scope of architect. For the graduate architect, this could create opportunity for the graduate student to build up a career path with the technology. For the architect educator, it could help to change from the architect provider to the architect enabler. On the architect research, it create the opportunity for the architectural researcher to study beyond the capability of the technology. And lastly, on the architect technology, create the opportunity for the architectural technologies with a new technical building design services. On the literature review, additive manufacturing technology has the potential to restructuring from the traditional method of the architecture practice and building constructions to the new method that way more sustainable and reliable. In this study, 3D printing technology will be reviewed based on the completed findings, other researchers and articles to discover the factors of the 3D printing technology potential to reignite the architecture industry. So for the literature review, I came up with two subjects, which is subject A and subject B. So subject A is AM technology restructure the architecture practice. And the subject B is about how does AM combine with the new technologies with a conventional method. For the subject A, I've come up. I'm seeking the perspective of the development business strategy, which is how AM will be upsell the client on the different services, and also for the subject A, how does AM will be broaden the range of roles an architect, especially for the architect specializations. For the subject B, we'll seek for the informations about the display complex design in the how does AM display a complex design in the better details, and lastly for the subject B, how AM's technology the sustainable approach, especially on the off-site construction process. Based on the literature review, I find that there's two things that most of the articles are not covered. Number one is the market segmentation services offer and differentiations. And the second one is applications, AM technology applications for stakeholders. Research methodology. For the methodology used, this research proposal will use mixed method approaches, and the evaluation observed is used to collect data. proposed survey as the quantitative approach and also the qualitative approach to gather the information, focusing case study of the additive manufacturing technology based on the two aspects, which is the two aspects is the industry practice, which is include the architecture practice, architecture educations, and architecture technology. And the design practice is include the customizations, aspect of customizations, sustainability, and prefabrications. On the data collection method, as the result of the understanding, the aim and the objective of the study are reviewed based on the mixed method of data collections. And once the data were gathered, the collection of data will be compared, the differences and the similarities under the aspect of industry practice of the additive manufacturing technology in the architecture design practice. So as I mentioned about I'm using the mixed method, so I have to cover the quantitative approach and the qualitative approach. For the research target on the quantitative approach, I'm targeting respondent from the architect, from the graduate architect, architectural technologies, architectural researcher, and architectural educator. And for the qualitative approach, I'm focusing on three AM projects, which is based on the design practice that I've been mentioned about, that include the aspect of customizations, sustainability, and prefabrications. Which is for the first project is involuted wall by emerging objects. Second project is a mobile house by SOM, and lastly, case study is a printed house by Winsun. On the data collection tool, for the quantitative approach, I'm using propose a questionnaire and an interview. For the qualitative approach, I'm proposing a document analysis and image analysis. For the type of data produced, I'm proposing on the quantitative approach, I'm using the numerical analysis and the categorical analysis. And for the qualitative approach, I'm proposing the words and image as a type of data produced. For the analytical techniques, on the quantitative approach, I'm getting the data will be counting, comparing, and statistical analysis. On the qualitative approach, the data will be comparing, and the image will be image analysis. On the expected findings, in this research, the study expected to see the indication of the manifest additive manufacturing technology to reconstruct architecture industry, and the possibility replacement of the traditional building method compared to the traditional construction method are fully supported. So basically, I hope that this study will be fully supported. And the second is, if the research proves that the hypothesis is correct, and next step is to propose a study on the regulations and liability related challenge based on a Malaysia context. And lastly, to prove that the architecture practice are able to take the technology of the additive manufacture as one of the business strategy to be more differentiation and specialization in the industry practice. For the conclusions, to be successful on this research, the study have to be required help, effective research method, and ways on inquiring necessary data and informations. So in conclusions, researcher, basically I has a high hope that this research proposal will be help to overcome the challenge that architect industry has faced, such as the scope of the architect, which is becoming limited and stripped away the responsibility as the architecture. So that's all my my research proposals. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
We are still here. Miss Intan, if you don't mind, go first.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Cik Muhammad Faiz.
Yes.
Okay, I think this is a very interesting topic. I could see that this topic, I think recently I just joined. We are looking for towards the Hale Tuju Seni Bina conducted by ITM. Then I think this topic, I think it's a very interesting topic related to the technologies and also the architecture industries, the possibilities. Okay, can you show me, if you don't mind, can you show me your objective?
Okay. So this is my objective for the study.
Okay, I think you are actually have a different interpretations of creating objective and aims from me, because usually when we construct objective, usually objectives need to have three items, while aim only have one thing. So I
Okay.
believe this is your aim, and another one that you have the three aims just now, it's your objective.
Okay.
Okay, can I see the three things, the 3 points that you are about to construct?
Specific aims. The
Yeah.
aim of the
So
study.
this one is objective. So this
Oh,
is,
okay.
so just now the one that you have, that one is your aim.
Hmm.
Okay, usually this is not the frequent method, but sometimes the way we access the things, one objective specifics related to one chapters of any thesis or any journal articles that you are about to publish. Okay, so if let's say in some lecturers or some scholars, they believe that objective one can be a literature review. So if let's say objective one is literature review, to identify the benefits of architects embrace specialist technology on 3D printing. So whatever that you identify the benefits and everything, you highlighted in your literature review part. But some scholars think that uh, even the first objective is the first methods. Let's say the first methods that you are using, the document review. So the first objective, the methods that you use is document review. And then the second objective, to assess the opportunities of additive manufacturing. Okay, let's say the second one, the methods that you use is the quantitative method. So which is the questionnaire approach. Okay, and then the third one, it's related to the third methods, maybe the qualitative approach that you are about to do to understand the capabilities of the technology applications in the architecture industry. So that is the typical methods that scholar usually use to construct the need, so that we are on the right track. So that's why we consider it as aim instead, as objective instead of aim.
Oh,
Objective,
okay.
we are structured it in a proper manner. So let's say
Hmm.
if your first objective is chapter 2, your second objective is the first finding, and the third objective is second finding. Or the first objective is your literature review, second objective is your method, either method 1 and method 2, you counted all together, and the third objective is related to your findings. So either way, I think all of it, I think for me, it is acceptable on how you want to construct it. Okay, it's just that I think I like the overall structures. I like the overall topics that you wanted to highlight. But I think and I think you have a very good significance of studies. You have predetermined. You have highlighted about the architectural technologies, practice, and everything. I think this is one of the good significance related to your studies. This is, I think, how many numbers of respondents that you're about to do for your quantitative approach?
Um, I think maybe 100 is it possible? Or is it too much?
I think 100 is it's too much. The way I
Yeah.
see it, for your research,
Yeah.
because I think you highlight two things just now. You have,
Hmm.
as in like you have you have two methods and you have two things, which is
Yeah.
one for industry. So
Yes.
another one, it's just on the to test. I mean like
Yeah.
uh,
Design practice.
one is for design practice.
Hmm.
I think this method, it's quite heavy to achieve in the very short duration of time. If
Okay.
I am you, I will just go either one. If let's say you want to focus on the industry practice, then keep it as in that industry practice rather than design practice. But part of the questions to the industry practice can be relatable to any questions that can support the ideas of the design practice. So that it's doable for me, much more easy and doable. If you have two separate things to be achieved, I think for me probably you have to construct two different set of questionnaire or method. I know that you have a quantitative approach,
Yes.
document analysis and image analysis, but then
Yes.
that is not solid enough to support the ideas of the design practice
Okay.
analysis. So it's quite hard. So for me, either way, maybe you choose industry practice, but part of the questions are supporting the design practice lah. Then you can use, still can use the document analysis and image analysis. I think okay, that's it from me.
Okay, thank you, Miss Intan. Thank you, Faiz, for your
Hey.
presentation just now. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
First of all, I would say you have a really nice slide. You have a nice color selection, simple, straightforward. It's pleasing to the eye, easy to digest as well. It is an interesting topic. There's a niche on this field as it is still developing. I think there's a novelty lah in your research, means that something that could be explored more. And then you did mention about architect is getting more and more limited in their scope, I guess, if I'm not wrong. So
Yes.
yeah, I do agree lah. We cannot deny that we are afraid of losing our job. But to
Mhm.
some extent, I believe I might be wrong lah. I believe architect is one of the safest profession lah, as we play a lot with subjective field, especially
Mhm.
design. We
Yeah.
also have law. As you become chartered architect, I think you become more and more nearer towards the lawyer instead of architect. In my opinion lah.
Mhm.
But I think it's effect more on the contractor and fabricator.
Mhm.
In your case, I think it's effect more on contractor and fabricator. I like that you include the significance of study
Yeah.
that covers all layers. It's multifaceted as well. If you go to that slide, yeah, you can. It's clearly it's covered every layers, and it's clear as well. And then I think you could include limitation of your study, means that of course you preach about the positive things,
Mhm.
additive manufacturing, but
Mhm.
I think you need to include a bit of limitations. Like for example, I don't know, maybe example limitation in material, limitation in coordination between other consultant, some sort of limitation lah.
Mhm.
That's I think that's make a good literature review, to have both perspective, means that you
Mhm.
cover the goods and the bads of not bad lah, I mean the
Mm.
limitation lah,
Mm.
maybe current limitation, like
Yeah.
technological haven't advanced yet towards the one, but it's a more on limitation lah, I would say. But not too much, of course. We still need to preach to the readers. We need to convey them that it is something that we want to proceed lah, but I think you need to look at both perspective as well.
Yeah.
uh,
Actually, I have mentions I don't know if it's okay. Is it right? Because on the literature, I find that those those points are not been mentioned in most of the articles. So is it possible to be limitations?
I think this one is more on literature. I mean, the gap in literature is more on finding a void in the
Mhm.
research that haven't been proceed yet.
Yes.
Limitation is more on the limitation of this additive technology itself.
Okay. Okay.
I think personally, I think that's a two different thing lah. Gap in literature is more on the void of research. That why
Okay.
you want to proceed with this kind of research.
Okay.
So that one thing. But the limitation that I mentioned just now is more on the limitation of additive technology itself. That means
Mhm.
additive manufacturing. Sorry,
Mhm.
that more. I think that's two different things lah.
Mhm.
And then I think you already mentioned this, but what kind of scale are you looking into? Is it housing or? I think you did
No.
mention lah.
The scale, I think, is the project could be anything,
Mhm.
but basically what I'm trying to tagging is uh, in the aspect of the industry, how does AM technology will be able to reflect on the current situations, and also the aspect of the design, the the design need to be fully printed, fully at this the design is a full scale project or is a small scale project. So those two things that I've been try to gathered lah.
Okay, right. So there's no specific scale. Like
No.
could be any scale. Okay, okay, right. Noted. And then I like the way that you put this. Yeah, exactly this slide. You put those two things, industry practice and design practice. But I do agree with Miss Intan again that this is quite too much. Like, I mean, do you have any idea how long do you have time for this assignment?
Don't know about what
I
2
mean,
weeks.
oh, okay, right. I mean, okay,
This-
maybe this one is just proposal, right? Maybe later
Yeah,
on.
yes.
Okay, okay, right. But you have a clear intent lah. But I think if you want to make, I think deliverability is more important lah. Which is make it much more. You maybe need to scope it down.
Yes.
Think which one you want to, which one is more accessible, which one is the thing that can be delivered well. Maybe agriculture, education. Which one
Yes.
is much more.
I think
You can access lah. You can access more. I think.
I think I agree with it. There is that because I should focusing more on the industry because I mentioned about the scope of liabilities and responsibility architect. So I think I'm more focusing on the scope of works instead of the design practicality because we know that commonly know that printed 3D printed are more sustainable. Preach about the green factors and prefabricate that I think people already knows, but
Right.
how does it reflect to the industry, especially on the architecture practice? I think I should focusing on those kind of factors instead of
I do agree, like, because expected findings you mentioned about regulation and liability related
yes.
challenge based something, but
Yeah.
yeah. As long as you can deliver well like what you have proposed, I think it's a good lah. Overall, but I'm afraid that it's too much lah if you want to carry on what you have at the moment. Given the time lah, but I don't know. Maybe you can deliver. I have no idea, but overall, I can see that it's a good proposal. Okay, kudos. That's too much for me. Thank
Okay.
you, Faiz. Thank you, Miss Intan.
Okay, thank you. So I may. Oh, where is it? Thank you for the external panels. So I'll stop my presenting and. Okay, thank you everyone.
Okay, next presenter is me, Muhammad Farhan. I will share my slide.
I said left the group. Sorry.
Okay, are you seeing my slide?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. So I'm Farhan. Okay, so my proposal for the decision method is upgrading design values to the existing Chinese heritage shop house courtyards in Georgetown, Penang, Malaysia towards occupants' environmental wellness. Okay. So the background of this research is the feature courtyard, which found commonly within Chinese traditional shop house design, provides beneficial microclimate control to the building occupant wellness. Okay, so the issue that I found on this research is so many study has been done previously regarding the courtyard design, okay, on the building. So its benefit, not many have focused on the new improvement which can be added to increase the occupant well-being into the living. So the objective of this research is to investigate what's to examine and discuss new added value toward this heritage shop house courtyard in Georgetown, which is we have to maintain the design value of the heritage lah. So we just upgrade the how to improve the design. So some of the literature review that I found on this topic is for the courtyard benefit, which is a full opening to the sky located inside the shop house, and the function is a microclimate control to provide natural ventilation and lighting to the building and its occupants. Then indoor occupants environmental quality, which is a building occupant comfort responded to an indoor environment in the architectural perspective, which is included mainly ventilation, which is thermal comfort and adequacy light. Okay, and then past courtyard configuration, refer to TAN 2015, state that people begin to install sliding roof with polycarbonate or metal sheet covering, which is to maintain the effect is that circulation and natural ventilation and reduced by the less at least 60%. Concern for security have seen the introduction of timber and metal grill at a high level. So, what is studio living courtyard configuration? So this one, other study of the review, which is on the local study and other overseas study. So the four elements that strongly influence the outcome of courtyard lah. So which is a heritage, sustainable, benefit, and artistic. Which is my research gap is artistic lah. So student living courtyard configuration. So then theory framework. Okay, this one that for a three section with stimulus, organisms and response. With a stimulus is courtyard design, which is architectural and heritage. So organism is an indoor environment with design. And then occupant expectation. We have to comfort lah. The relation between the relation of courtyard towards sustainable tradition shop house as well as its benefit towards occupant well-being. Okay. So this one my methodology. So that for the 6 step of the methodology. Step 1, the theme of research was identified. So what is the research theme with the courtyard, indoor occupant environment quality, and then literature review on the 2 part, into the living courtyard configuration and theoretical framework. And step 3, the research design was constructed, which is qualitative, which you can study lah. And then data collection, I make by data observation and secondary sources. Step 5, I'm able to discuss on the data finding, and step 6 is conclusion lah. So this one is secondary sources, which is survey data from University Malaysia, which is Kelantan UMK on the traditional shop house courtyard towards indoor environment quality. So the data is actually them make a survey on the at the beginning lah, on the shop house location, which is divide on the several item. Okay, so based on the survey, even though the information gathered from the data seems to be relatively negative in their point of view from one to another, it could be seen that the overall indoor environment pleasantness of the building were positively affected by the open courtyard element. And then which is by closing all the courtyard, the in-space area of ventilation become blocked and interfering with the airflow, which contribute towards air temperature and humidity, and also natural lighting, which were important towards its occupant well-being. So what is the finding and discussion? Which is on the courtyard, we have tried to upgrade the courtyard area, which have to close within the close of the with the cupboard. So propose new added value towards the retention of the courtyard lah. So among them were the uses of mechanical roof window glass system, which allow to control the amount of sunlight and natural ventilation, such as air temperature and flow and humidity into the building by remotely. So this one we have to we try to maintain the design, but we upgrade with cupboard the courtyard. Okay, other things is a sliding skylight. So the system are available is in manual or mechanical operation, which switch or remote control to occupant. This one also same as a mechanical roof window glass. So the sliding allowing the panel to open to the side, allowing breeze to flow from outside into the inside. So this one, we maintain the natural and natural lighting and ventilation. Shading. So with shading, the method is to block the sun from entering into the building, which is sun direct. However, with the improvement of material and design such as numerous blade shape, blade of spacing and angle, and trim profile allow a design selection to create diffuse light. Thus, the directed sunlight is becoming scattered light. Okay. The natural element which the courtyard itself were also found to increase the comfort condition on the courtyard, we have to shrub trees, flowering plants and grasses which were used to shade area can be potential element to construct environment. This spotted by previous study by Zongo in 2017. Vertically generates were also an excellent choice to cool down the microclimate within the inner space, which tend to be modified and expanded vertically. So furthermore, the use of water bodies such as pool, pond, or water spray was found to cool down the air temperature in the internal courtyard and the surrounding area effectively. So the conclusion that I can make based on my research research is in this study, the important role of the Chinese traditional shop house courtyard toward its building equipment well-being by controlling the natural lighting and ventilation of the inner space were done. Through the study, it showed that by completely closed or covered the courtyard, many problems were emerged, including discomfortness, unpleasantness, and unhealthy living. These were due to the insufficient supply in airflow, temperature, humidity, and poor illuminance. So, therefore, the findings obtained from the study highlighted the alternative way to added value regarding the continuously preservation, maintaining, and sustaining the courtyard within the Chinese heritage shop house. So, this one of my reference. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Encik Farhan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I see your title again? Okay, upgrading design value of the existing Chinese heritage shop houses. Okay, may I know why is it have to be specifically in Georgetown? Your case studies in Georgetown area?
Yeah, yeah. My custody is just idea on the heritage shop house.
Okay. So basically, you are taking one samples of heritage. Like Chinese shop lots.
Yes, yes, correct.
So you are taking one samples of Chinese heritage shop lots. So can I see your objective? Okay. Like I said to Mr. Faiz just now, objectives
Okay.
has to be 3 lah. It can be 4, it can be 5, but usually people do it 3 lah, right?
Okay.
So
Right.
aim is 1, objective is 3 things. Okay, then the objectives is breakdown lah. What are the things that you want to achieve? How the sequences and everything.
Okay.
Okay, based on what I understand, what you are trying to achieve is actually on the aesthetic. So you are saying that previous research highlighting about the typical things, the typical research is related to the heritage, sustainable and benefits. So you are looking in another factors of statistic, artistic.
Yeah, artistic. Yes, correct.
Artistics. Okay, artistics. Um, I think there's 2 things. Probably for me, there's 2 things I will look into in trying to understand the values of designing the courtyard. But when I see your expected findings, you are either way saying that either it has to be covered or uncovered, it has to be shades or unshades, and then either you add certain natural elements like shrubs, water features to cool down the temperatures. There's two things. It's for me, it's slightly contradict. Either you are looking on the aesthetical aspects or the on the indoor air qualities, effectiveness in generally. So if you are talking about artistic values, I think it's quite a broad, and it's required certain grammar. I mean, like, you have to understand the grammar of courtyard. So let's say you have study 5 courtyard in Georgetown. Let's say the first courtyard is 20 times 70, the second courtyard 20 times 70 shop lot, the second one it's 20 times 90. How much the size of courtyard? They have different size of courtyard, and different courtyard has different facade. And then probably you measure, I mean, like, you look on the indoor environment of the courtyard, and also the effects of having, let's say the first one only have louvers, the second one have then aesthetic and also functionals, things that you probably look at. Then from that you are easily to compare. Or the second options that I'm looking for, maybe the focus is more something that is more easy and very easily deliver within the time given, so that you can do. The way I see it, it's more understandings on the indoor environment qualities of the courtyard itself. Because I think indoor environment qualities and effectiveness of having certain covered or uncovered, the things that you are expected to find lah, whatever expected findings. So one of the way that you could do it, it's VLUX simulations. When you are doing VLUX simulations, then you can test lah with covered and uncovered, how much the temperatures. And then if let's say you are putting open courtyard with covered, and if let's say you're putting certain shadings, so you're putting window in the surrounding it, so how much the temperatures of indoor environment and also the courtyard itself. So you have
that one on the data collection, on the data analysis
yeah, that one, it's the method. So that's mean you are using simulation as a method. So either it's doable either way. Either you want to study more towards generally aesthetic, which is you have to study a few typologies of the building. You have to measure a little bit the size of courtyard and to compare and understand the grammar of the facade. Or the second option, it's understanding the indoor environment quality, and you do the simulation. So I suggest to do the simulations, and you can see. I think it's much more doable within the given time frame lah.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Miss Intan. Thank you, Farhan, for your presentation. Assalamualaikum. Courtyard design, upgrading design value to the existing heritage shop houses. Okay. Could you clarify more on your method?
Method. Okay. Method of the research.
Yes, please. Okay. So literature review, research design was constructed, qualitative case study, data collection, data observation. So that's mean case study you have currently you are looking to existing shop lot. So how much shop lot are you looking into? I means that how much numbers in terms of figures?
About 5.
5 existing shop lot.
Yes.
Okay, right. And then the data collections, could you explain more on the data collection, data observation, secondary sources? You already mentioned, but do you mind to clarify again?
Okay, on the data collection, I have two method lah. So first is observation based on 5 short lot that I selected, and then secondary on the 5 short lot, we have to compare lah the aesthetic of the courtyard, and then for the secondary sources, I have to take from the data survey by the research by the UMK students.
Okay. So that's means for the data observation, you look into that 5 existing shop lot, then you compare what kind of added value that they have added on their shop lot lah, something like that.
Yes.
Oh, so you something like categorizing each of the added value towards you like some sort of catalog lah. You put type of added value into a table, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, right. Okay. So I think you currently is quite broad lah. In my opinion, the method is quite broad.
Okay.
You could make it much more focused, like what
Okay.
Tan said just now. Either choose a simulation if you want to proceed with something to do with temperature, something to do with thermal gain, thermal performance of courtyard, or you can do something like catalog lah, something like that. So I think it's quite broad lah at the moment, in
Okay.
my opinion at least. And then do you why okay, you already mentioned about a lot of benefits that courtyard brings towards a shop houses. So why it didn't take off? Why it didn't become a trend nowadays? Why current shop lot didn't have this kind of design anymore? Do you have any idea?
Uh, oh, I have to find
Oh, okay,
the
okay.
answer.
Maybe I'm not too sure, but maybe you can look into that lah. Why it didn't take off lah? But I like lah. Actually Korea is really nice lah. Personally, I quite like quite like Korea, but I have no idea why it didn't take off at the moment. Why developer didn't want? Maybe it's quite long and narrow to have a shop lot. I have no idea as well. And then
Yeah.
you okay. Okay, let me go again my notes. Green design value. So that's mean, uh, do you think that 5 shop lot is enough, or I personally think that it's quite small lah in terms of numbers.
Yes, correct. But I think I try to maximize the finding lah on the 5 shop lot.
Okay, and then I think I have no idea, but I think the shop lot, what kind of things that they sell, if also play play a significant roles lah on the skycourt design. Means that maybe if they are a hotel shop lot that are converted to hotel, maybe the courtyard will be much more nicer, much more lush with greeneries. But if it's just a grocery store, maybe the not skycourt, the courtyard will be much more simpler lah. But I think it's play a significant role as well lah. The roles of the shop and the sky and the courtyard design. So maybe you should take note on that as well lah.
Okay, noted.
Then clarify your research aim. At the moment, if I'm not wrong, you have, I think Mr. already covered this lah. Your objective is only one. If I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So
I
maybe
need to.
you put, usually the normal practice, you put one aims. The aims of the study is to blah 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 blah, and then in order to achieve that aim, 3 objective is outlined lah, something like that. So 3 objective, you're going to go one by one to achieve that one aim, something. So that's the normal practice for research lah. So you have one
Okay, noted.
aims of this research, and then you have research objective, research question lah. So objective and research question is pretty much the same, just the way you word it lah. So you have usually 3 lah. 3 is just
Okay.
nice lah. And then
I
usually
put
the
that.
normal practice, each of the objective will have different method lah. For objective 1, method is blah 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 blah. Objective 2, blah blah, something like that.
Okay, noted.
Something like that. So I think that's pretty much from me. Courtyard, the value, scope down the method. I think I covered it. I already covered all the notes. The value. Okay. That's it from me. Thank you, Farhan. Thank you, Miss Intan.
Okay, noted. Thank you so much for the information. Okay, so I will pass to the next presenter. Thank you.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. My name is Muhammad Azid.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. As you can see, this is my draft research proposal. The title is Adaptation of Spacing Tag as a tool to analyze performance of spatial layout in retail design. So this is the introduction, literature review.
research methodology, expected finding, and a conclusion. For the introduction, the background problem is economic function has been recognized as one of important attribute which associate with building environment. So the supermarket inventory management has a remarkable effect on retail sale. So the retailer are continually searching for an ideal solution for the space self-allocation pattern. There's shown that research shown that the shop layout affect the movement, buying behavior, desire, and of shopper. During the design process, most of designer have no proper guidance to design a store layout. So they design based on basic functionality and accessibility. So to design the optimized store layout, there are some proper guidance backed by data need to be developed as a reference and a tool to analyze the potential of store layout. The statement of problem is in reality, the management practitioner make the decision based on a rule of thumb and their instinct. So by using the space syntax, it is possible to provide a evidence-based approach to quantitative explanation and of configuration. The objective of the study, the aim of this research is to develop strategy for analyzing current retail spatial layout based on space syntax methodology and investigate the effect of spatial layout organization in current design of retail space. The first objective is to identify what is the element contribute to the store layout performance. The second one is using a VGA technique, which is from space syntax, to analyze the spatial layout in the retail design. The third one is propose the high potential store layout based on data analyzing finding. The scope of study is a medium-sized retail store with a net floor area around 30,000 square feet. This one is considered as a medium, and it's narrowed down to the micro scale. So the study will analyze 4 commonly used store layout design in Malaysia. The significance of study. This study will be an integration point between a design professional and a real estate decision maker or retail management to make decision during the design stage. This is a first literature review. This literature review is about retail spatial configuration. Okay.
Sorry, Encik Norzid, boleh tak full screen? Sebab tak boleh baca.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, boleh nampak?
Okay, boleh nampak.
Okay, clear.
Okay. From this study, they have found that this 4 layout is commonly used in retail design. This is a grid layout, herringbone layout, loop layout, and a free flow layout. According to this previous study, the grid type is best using when the retailer want their consumer to have an efficient in-store behavior. And the free flow is, the good of free flow is being easier to outline than the grid layout type. This is a loop layout. The third recognized design is a loop or racetrack. This layout is a unique and fascinating shopping experience, but the problem is this layout can be hard for the consumer to navigate the product. Based on the literature review, it is suggested that the high performance of store layout depends on connectivity of aisles, the walkway, and the visibility of product outside. So the second case study is about the space syntax. Space syntax is a set of computer-based technique for the modeling and analysis of building urban layout. So we are using a space syntax to analyze the layout. So there are several case studies for the space syntax. Some of them is they are using space syntax to analyze the interior space in the hospital, in a retail, but in a macro level. So the third case study is about the VGA. For this one, they are using the VGA to analyze the space inside the office. So this is a literature gap. You can see that taken together, the literature of studies support that notion that store layout affected the experience, buying behavior and preference of the shopper. The lack of an objective explanation of the store layout restrict comprehension on how the store layout works. So there are several gaps in this study, which is the study, for example, the study is about the healthcare facility and the retail on the macro scale. So the methodology used is the VGA. The first of all, the layout will be drawn about the 30,000 square feet. The layout will draw with each layout, grid, loop, reform, and herringbone. And the grid will be 200 by 200 millimeter to evaluate the store layout. And then the isovis will be generated from the center of point position of the store layout. There's a visibility graph, accessibility graph, connectivity, and the integration. So the expected finding is we hypothesize that the red color spatial point will be a high possibilities for high customer traffic flow since the space was well integrated. So this one based on the theory of the space syntax itself. The more integrated area, there will be more connection, and the finding of the mean value for integration and mean value of connectivity in those four different type of layout will be compared in this table. This one will be a graph with the color, the red until the blue. So the conclusion is the store that have a high accessibility and visibility have a potential to have a better performance rather than store layout with low accessibility and visibility. This spatial analysis can help the planogram or designer to make decision on product placement during their design process. For design exploration, the mixed use of different store layout can be organized and using space syntax to forecast its efficiency. That's all.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. So can I see the title again? Okay, so basically adaptation of space syntax to analyze performance of the spatial layouts in retail design. Okay, so basically based on space syntax tools, you are using VGA analysis. May I know what is the reason that you are not looking into Excel map analysis?
This one is to for visibility study.
Okay, so that's mean visibility studies.
Yes.
The best is to studies on use VGA, but in terms of the road connectivity studies, I think Excel map it's the one that I think has a I mean like more effective methods to illustrate the connectivities of the loop, right?
Yeah, okay.
The loop connectivity. So that's why I'm not sure because I think I think I have left space syntax about 3 years already, like almost like 3 years. So I can't remember how is actually the effective way of applying to this retail design. So basically, can I know all of these four design layout of this? So where did you get this layout? It's actually from
This layout got from the previous study. They study about the common. They study about this layout.
okay. When is this? I mean, like when is the year published by this? I mean, like the scholar published. So basically, it's on 2000. When the articles that you are referring to that shows these four grades, four types of layouts.
From the
So
1994.
1994. Okay. What about the current trend of the retail layouts? I mean, is there any additional? I mean, like in within these 5 or 10 years, is there any new typologies or new layout, or
The
maybe a merge of layout?
the latest layout, I think that the store that use synchronize between like McDonald's, they have a screen with the digitalization.
Okay.
That one is I'm not sure.
Um, I'm looking at two things. I'm not sure what are the specific retail that you are looking for, because I think retail itself, it's a very broad word. So which typologies of retail? I mean, like, okay, you memang like you if
Okay.
let's say you are looking for supermarket, then I understand lah. So supermarkets, or if maybe you are looking of restaurants, staff performance, layouts, then it's actually that kinds of retail.
Okay. For this one, the scope of study is a medium-sized retail store, which is a supermarket.
Supermarket lah.
The normal size of supermarket is 30,000 square feet.
Okay. Okay, I kind of understand that you have, so basically you want to test these four using VGA, right?
Yeah, correct.
So to identify which one are more effective.
Yeah, correct.
But then I think it's doable, but then it's, for me it's too easy, because I think I'm not sure, because VGA, I think it's VGA.
I think that the method can be used VGA and spacing tag, because I try to understand about the visibility and the traffic customer flow. So the traffic customer flow, I can use a spacing tag to get the integration.
Faham. Because I think why don't you, I mean, like, why don't you push yourself to have hybrid? I mean, like, what if, okay, you have these four as a basic core, so what if you simulate a hybrid types? I mean, like, a few study configurations. Let's say you study on Malaysia. Typically, on Malaysia supermarkets, which one that we apply, and the typical hybrid type that we apply. Then you simulate also the hybrid types.
Typical hybrid, okay.
So let's say lah, example, Jasco supermarket, then they have hybrid type. Maybe on certain basic spaces, such as the space, because it has let's say Jasco, they have some kinds of integrated spaces, right? Where you have inside the market, they also have certain kinds of restaurants. So at certain portions, they use grid layout. At certain portions, they use free flow layout to predetermine to suit the types of user needs. So then you have a hybrid kinds of market layout. I wanted to know, like, because I think not all are using towards one kinds of layout. They definitely, sometimes certain more are using the grid layout plus loop layout. So maybe it's grid layout plus loop layout are more effective, because you can get the red part maybe intersecting in between these two layout, you get the more red part where the most visibles and interaction for people to enter. If you just simulating these four things, that there's no much things that I think you can potentially write it up as your findings. I mean, like if I am you, I know lah, maybe only the front part at the grid layout, the front part at the entrance parts probably more red, and then the rest are blue, green, yellow. On certain part towards the end, maybe on the counter parts it's because it's slightly narrow because it's just for customer complaint. Then it doesn't require too much circulations on that. So I think on the VGA, without you simulating, you can actually estimating. But when you have hybrid types, then you can see how the effective layout, if you have certain hybrid types of grid plus loop layout, and in Malaysia, which one is the one that is favorite? Let's say that in Malaysia, the favorite is grid layout plus loop layout. But then when you simulate, the most effective is grid layout plus free flow layout. So that's why maybe it's contribute to the layout design lah in Malaysia. Maybe this is what you have to explore lah, rather than go towards one directions, you have another option which is more effective. Then you can say that um, adaptation of spacing tag is actually very helpful to identify the best practice for the layout design. If you are simulating each four separately, then there's not much things I think that you could potentially push the factors of this research.
Okay, understood.
Yep. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Intan. Thank you, Nurzik. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
So you are looking to space syntax and little design. I apologize in advance. I'm by no means an expert lah in space syntax. So take my comments with a grain of salt.
Okay.
So retailer looking into an ideal solution of space allocation. So as a layman that don't have any idea about space syntax, what kind of ideal solution? Is it the product placement? Is it the human flow? Is it the cashier counter? What kind of ideal solution of space allocation?
The best solution is the more integrated the walkway and the possibility for customer to browse the product is more higher. The others is from previous study, the space syntax is used to determine the lease amount, the price of the space to lease. So the space that have a high visibility will have a higher price rental, for example.
Okay. So in your case, what kind of performance are you looking into? Maybe you mentioned, but I do apologize if I miss it.
For this performance, I target two types of expectation, which is the visibility, so that they can for the product placement, for this organization for their shelf, and then the traffic flow itself.
Okay, right. Did space syntax have vertical kind of simulation as well? Means that if it is in higher shelf, if it is not in eye level, if it is in lower shelf, can you trace it by space syntax, or is it just plain?
That one not sure, but for my reading, there's a technique for space syntax which the middle, which not a full height partition, they can be detected.
Okay, right. But because I think I read somewhere that product, they even pay more towards retailer to put their products in the eye level shelf so they can sell
Yeah,
more lah.
that one correct. But there's is a conflict between that because that one is from customer view, but from the retailer view, the eye level product actually they want the product is a high margin.
So you are looking into perspective of the retailer lah. Yeah. Okay, right. So in space syntax, how did you gauge the effectiveness? More red color is more effective?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, right. I think I'm not too sure whether this is achievable or not. If you want to take it to another level, you could cross-check with the sales teams. Means that if your simulation indicate that this area is more red, so you could ask the retailer for data. Does these things is a best seller, something like that. So you can
Okay.
justify your simulation lah. But I'm not too sure whether this is achievable or not lah. But if you can, your finding could be justified lah, because
Yeah,
your
that one
simulations.
I think I can.
If you can, I think that would be great lah, because it justify is if it is tally, means that the simulation is red in color, and then the best seller is that particular part, maybe a biscuit or something. So it justify lah your simulation. But even if it is not justified, it is still an outcome lah, still a findings. So if you could have those kind of data, I think it'd be great lah. And then you have what kind of supermarket? Some sort of Giant, Tesco, something like that, is it?
For this study, I focus on supermarket named TF Value Mart.
Okay.
Okay.
So
this one is a medium.
so for store layout or for type of store or for different store, are you looking into 4 different store or just one store with different layout inside the store, or?
I think for previous suggestion, which is a hybrid type, we use a different store.
Oh, means that not only TLM just now, so there's another store lah you are looking
at.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay, right. And then okay, I think you have a really nice flow of research objective lah. First is analyze the current retail layout, identify what is the store layout. Second is using spacing text. Third is proposed layout. So you will generate drawings of proposed layout.
I will generate the drawing.
Like adjusted and amended store layout that you think that more efficient as compared to the current layout lah, something like that.
The last maybe proposal for the okay layout.
Okay, right. So I think on top of just now the sales data, you could also get I'm not too sure, manager of the retail to have their input as well. You show the layout, your layout, and then you show their layout, and then you ask their opinion or some sort of interview to have their own input. See whether your proposal is not better lah, means that they agree with your proposal. So something like that, I guess. So because you're going to propose a layout, isn't it? You have 4 case study, if I'm not wrong. So you have 4 layouts, something like that. 4 layout. Okay. So I think to take it to another level, you could also have the proposed layout to manager lah. I'm not too sure whether retail manager, if you have access lah, to get their own input and some interview, some quick and brief interview for them, show the layout, and then ask about their opinion. I think that's pretty much from me. Thank you, Norzit. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. If I can add on something, I think there is miss Nila in terms of how you presented, because I thought these case study, these proposals, what are the things that you are intended to do? There's not related to specific existing supermarkets or market design, because I thought you are just doing you have 4 layouts for typical typologies of a market, then you want to just test based on those 4 things that you have, then you potentially expand on the hybrid markets layout. What are the effectiveness if you have hybrid market layout? But when you're explaining to Izzat just now, I think what are the things that I see, what your topic is actually trying to adaptation of spacing tools to increase the performance or optimizations of existing. I mean, like you are trying to explore on the existing retail design. So that's mean you are trying to find what are the best solutions to improve the existing retail layout. It's not about exploring the typologies of layout. It's just about exploring the existing retail layout and how to increase the performance of the existing retail layout. So by saying so, if you want to study on the existing retail layout, I think you have to, when you develop the methodologies, I think you have to highlight on the market and then the designs of the existing market, which direction they go to, and how essentially, and then it's, I think I do agree with Izzat, you have to support by the feedback from the, you can just do in-depth interview. Probably you interview 2 or 3 persons, in-depth interview to get to understand the behaviors of people shopping, and then which part are highly effective on the need. And then, or maybe you can do it by observations itself. You stay there and then you do observations. Things space syntax usually come with observations. I think observation is one of the best way that you can go along and carry it along together with VGA analysis. Then which part suitable to be improved. Then maybe that is how the hybrid typologies is suitable to restructure back the overall or existing spatial layout in the retail that you are intended to do lah. So I think that is more doable, more easily deliverance within the given time frame. Okay, that's it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Can I? Okay, wait. Let me share my screen. Can see?
It's presenting. Okay, now we can see it clear.
Yeah. So the topic of this research proposal today is Kuala Lumpur's urban infrastructure planning and its effects on the livability index. So the flow of the presentation today will go through the standard as my friends have been presenting. We'll go through introduction, which will cover background and problem, statement of the problem, research question, the objectives, the scope, significance of study, and then we'll look into some literature review, which will cover some definitions that we will use in our research. Following that, we will look into the research methodology that will be used, the data collection methods, the analysis, and then the research workflow. Finally, we'll end the presentation today with the expected findings as well as the discussion and conclusion. So a bit of an introduction. The reason why I think this research is quite important is because by the year 2050, which is not long from now, 30 years from now, it is predicted that 70% of the global population will be living in cities. So there is a need for cities to be more livable, as it is an intrinsic necessity for the human body and soul. We don't want to end up having an overpopulated city and not livable at all, despite having all the modern facilities and infrastructure in the city. So a bit of the background of the problem. So every year there's this livability index that is published by The Economist, and Kuala Lumpur has never been in the first quartile or even the second quartile. It's always hovering in the fourth quartile. And the livability, what they mean by livability is it can be defined as the measure of the quality of life. So for the people who live in the city, how they perceive their quality of life, how easy it is for them to go to work, how happy they are living in the city. So KL, it's not great for now, right? And it's not because we're a third world country or Southeast Asian country. Some of the cities in Southeast Asia are doing quite well, such as Singapore and some of the upcoming cities in even in Indonesia and other countries. So one of the main scope that I want to look at is the road network or the infrastructure. There's a lot of things that will affect livability, but the thing that I would like to focus on today would be the infrastructure, which means the focus is on the road network. Now, KL's road network has been designed to be very car-centric. It has never been pedestrian-friendly. The designers of the road networks, they always have had the car drivers in mind. and they keep on building bigger and wider and multi-level roads instead of putting effort or the financial means into building better public transportation. So pedestrian friendliness is an important factor in ensuring the vibrancy of the city. A city's culture and identity are defined by the social activities in and around the city nodes. When we kill those nodes by building new roads, by building multi-level roads, we kill the vibrancy of the city, which in turn will affect the livability of Kuala Lumpur. So the big research question would be how much and to what extent has Kuala Lumpur's urban planning, or lack thereof, has it affected the livability and long-term viability of Kuala Lumpur? The objective of this research would be first to establish the connection between urban planning and the city's culture and vibrance. Second is to identify the factors affecting quality of life of Klang Valley residents, people, in terms of quantifiable and non-quantifiable data. So we'll cover both. The third one would be to understand the cause of KL's present-day urban planning issues. Why are we in this situation? And fourth, finally, is to ascertain the need for a complete overhaul, or maybe there are other means to improve, meaning we don't need to completely strip down whatever we have today and restart. Then there will be, there may be other better means to move forward and to improve the livelihood of KL people. The scope of this study would be to look at a sample size of 1,000, because this is an urban study, so the sample size needs to be quite extensive. As normally, when we do an urban study, a sample size of 5% of the total population would be needed in order to ensure that there is a very low margin of error. In the case of Kuala Lumpur, we have a population of 8 million people. So 5% of that is still quite a large number. To simplify matters, we cap it to 1,000 sample size. The age group in the study would be working population, which is focusing on people aged between 25 to 50. And we'll be collecting data for about 1 year. And the reason for this very long duration of data collection is because we would like to cover different seasons, different festive seasons. You have school holidays, you have cuti umum and whatnot, right? So we want to cover, and we don't want to be biased towards any months in Malaysia. So the significance of this study would be it would provide a solid understanding on the cause and effect of long-term proper infrastructure planning in an urban context. And it will provide suggestions on how the livability of an urban population can be improved with the right approach to urban planning. The findings from the study will provide solutions for other city planners in other countries as well. Now, let's go into a literature review. Before we can move forward, we need to understand the definition of urban design. It sounds simple, but not really. So the practice that urban design is basically the practice that deals with the design or the physical aspects of the city. Urban design is concerned in making a city work, not only in terms of physical buildings, but also in terms of the city's inherent culture and the society that lives and works in cities. So according to Cliff Martin, in his book, Urban Design Street and Square, although urban design is an important aspect of planning and architectural study, it has been a topic which has often been neglected and not always received recognition. So it's not surprising that even KL, right, urban planning and urban design is normally pushed back when it comes to building new housing areas and new infrastructure projects. And the reason why it has been neglected, according to Jose Luis Sert, as a dean at Harvard University Graduate School of Design, is that it's the most creative phase of city planning, and imagination and artistic capacities can play a more important part. It is also, in some respects, the most difficult and controversial phase. Now, that is why it's always neglected. Next, we need to understand what the livability index is. Livability can be defined as the level of quality of life in a particular setting. Livability index that is done by The Economist, that is published every year, looks at 140 cities and it ranks it every single year. So the cities that are often in the top 10 are cities like Melbourne, Vienna, Japanese cities. And these cities, what they have in common is that they have very good public transportation, very good infrastructure, and low reliability on private car ownership. Next, public transportation. According to Robin M. Gershon in Journal of Urban Health, the viability of urban communities depends to a great extent on effective and affordable mass transit. Equally important, mass transit depends on a federal and municipal urban infrastructure that supports its upkeep, safety, and growth, and highlighting the interdependence between mass transit and the urban environment. So this is how connected these two are. Perhaps the greatest impact of mass transit, however, is on the community members that depend on it as their sole source of transportation, such as the elderly, disabled, low income, young adults, and others. In KL, we hardly see old people traveling alone, in wheelchair and then take the bus or take the LRT. But in modern cities like Melbourne, for example, which is a very livable city, it's a common sight for people, for the elderly to travel alone, go to the pasar, balik rumah. That's quite common. So this is what we want to try to study about KL and how probably in the future we can be more like that. Now, one of the methods that we will be using is by studying the space syntax of of Kuala Lumpur. And the reason why this is important is because it provides a quantitative method to represent spatial qualities of urban areas as well as building layouts. So it covers a wide-ranging techniques used to analyze spatial configurations, and it's first introduced by researchers at the Bartlett UCL in early 1970s. So according to the researchers, it's an analytic approach to a representation and quantification of spatial configuration at the building and the settlement scale, making possible both comparative studies as well as analysis of the relationship between spatial configuration and aspect of social. So that's a keyword, social function in the built environment. What's the gap in literature? The gap would be, from my readings, I've noticed that a lot of the studies, urban studies, have been conducted in European cities, European and American cities, and there is a lack of study in Southeast Asian and Asian cities, particularly in developing countries. Research methodology, we will be employing a pragmatic research approach, which is a combination of qualitative and quantitative research. The reason why we need to have both is because the social aspects would be more of a qualitative research methodology, whereas the infrastructure and physical aspects of the city would be captured in the quantitative research and data collection. The way we are going to collect data would be daily observations of traffic conditions and pedestrian activities. Secondly, we'll be looking at questionnaires via online forms. The reason why we chose online is because it's the fastest and easiest to disseminate and also capture the data. The third, will have physical interview of subjects. Now, the reason it may seem redundant that we have questionnaire and also interview, but it's actually not, because physical interview captures things that questionnaire does not give us. For example, body language, verbal cues, things that are intangible that we can still capture and analyze further in our research. Fourth, and probably one of the most important, is we'll conduct a space syntax axial lines analysis via map and road network tracing. Now, for the first one, the daily observations, we'll look at a number of major roads in Kuala Lumpur, and we'll observe it at different times of the day to collect quantitative data on number of vehicles, direction of traffic, the number of pedestrians, and social activities along the roads. Observation will be made on public transport usage as well, and the volume of commuters and the last mile connection from the station to the final destination, be it the office or the houses. So an example of the log that we'll be taking would be like here in Jalan Tunku Rahman, morning, number of vehicles, number of pedestrians. So this is just an example, a quick one if we were to actually do the observation. A set of questionnaires, this is for the second method of data collection, will be distributed via an online form as mentioned earlier. So here's an example of the questions that will be asked, and it's mainly yes and no question, because one thing that we realize when we ask people to answer questionnaires, they don't want to do it. Let's be honest, nobody wants to do questionnaires. So we keep it simple, we keep it straightforward and fast for them so that they can complete it and then move on with their life. With their lives. So we keep it simple, a yes and no answer. One is it's good for the people. Secondly, it's good for us as well because it's much easier to quantify yes and no answers rather than long answers. But to get the long answers and to capture the more qualitative aspects of the questions, we'll look at interview, and some samples of the interview question would be like, what do you enjoy most about working in Kuala Lumpur? What do you enjoy least about working in Kuala Lumpur? Or do you think when you cross the street, do you use proper crossing or wait for the proper time to cross? Or why and why not? Things like that can give us clues as to what the people want and what can improve their livability in the city. Now, looking at space syntax, this is an example of the map tracing using axial lines. So what we did is we have this part map of Kuala Lumpur, and we traced using axial lines. And these axial lines will be put into this space syntax software, which is called DevMap. Analysis can be carried out. For example, connectivity, integration analysis. We'll look into that further. So there are three main data analysis. The first one would be text and graphical analysis. This text analysis, for example, would be frequency of mention that we get from the interview and questionnaire answers. And we'll have also graphical analysis from literature reviews, historical data, for example, when we compare pictures of KL before a certain, say, highway or flyover was built, and how it looks after that, and how it has affected the walkability in that vicinity. So that's the text and graphical analysis part. That's what it will cover. Secondly, we'll use SPSS software to conduct a chi-square test of independence to see the relationship between one particular answer with another aspect of research questionnaire answer. And finally, also we'll, as mentioned earlier, we'll analyze the data using space syntax analysis using the DevMap. So here's an example of the graphical analysis. We can see Masjid Negara before there was a flyover right in front of it. It looks very clear. In fact, this was right before it was open. In fact, it was still under construction. And now, when we have when KL becomes a car-centric city and people don't walk anymore, the mosque becomes hidden and it's no longer a public place. So the second photo at the bottom shows Jalan Tun Perak before there was this LRT overhead that basically breaks the urban fabric of that area. This is an example of the chi-square test. So basically, if we look at the Pearson chi-square, the asymptomatic significance, if it's lower than 0.5, I'm not an expert in this, but from what I understand, if that value is lower than 0.5, meaning there is a significant relationship between two factors or two factors. For example, if a questionnaire response would be let's say 25 to 50-year-olds, and also the walkability around the city. If there is, if we do a comparative test between the two answers, and then we get a chi-square test that is below 0.5, it means there is a significant and a connection between the age of the people and also the walkability inside the city. This is an example of space index of the data I showed earlier that has been run through DefMapX to conduct, this is integration analysis. It shows how certain parts of the city is more integrated as compared to certain parts. So basically, as I think my friend knows it earlier explained in his space index explanation, the hotter the color is, meaning when it's red, the more integration there is, and the colder the color is, the less integration there is. The red line that you see there is Jalan Tunku Abdul Rahman, and naturally we would expect it to be the most integrated as it has been designed to be a commercial area, whereas the lines in the blue colors are basically Bukit Tunku and housing areas, Taman Tugu. So, you know, it's expected for it to be blue. Now, if we make a comparison with the map or the space index of this is London, we can see how much more connected the city is. There's more, the whole city looks hotter, and even the colder parts are very minimal. So this is what an integrated, a truly integrated city looks like, with a well-planned roads and public transportation system. The research workflow will be first to identify the background of the problem, second to come up with the research question and also the objectives of the research. So once that's done, then we'll identify the factors affecting the quality of life of Klang Valley residents. In this case, we've decided to focus it on the infrastructure planning of the city. Once that has been established, a certain number of literature study is conducted to understand the research method that we can use, and also probably the precedent studies in other cities around the world. And then we'll proceed with collecting quantitative and qualitative data. Quantitative meaning axial map tracing, traffic observations, and qualitative data through interviews and questionnaires. Data analysis part will cover the axial map analysis through DefMap software, space index, and also we look at the frequency of mention from the answers from the questionnaire and interview. We'll look at the body language and verbal tone of these people. And all this will be fed into the SPSS chi-square test of significance to try to draw some connection and tangible numbers to sort of quantify the responses that we get. And in conclusion, we will receive the effects of the infrastructure from the axial map tracing. We'll get the infrastructure properties of Kuala Lumpur, and then from the other side, which is from the questionnaires and SPSS side, we'll get the urban fabric effects on human behavior and culture. And using these two outcomes, we can hopefully be able to find the correlation between urban infrastructure planning and its effects on the livability index of Kuala Lumpur. So this is the Gantt chart for the whole research. As you can see, the traffic observations will take, as mentioned earlier, because we don't want it to be biased, when the city is empty during festive seasons and whatnot. So it will take a whole year for the traffic observations. Questionnaire will take around 3 months. Interviews will take slightly longer than that because it's a bit more intricate. The axial lines tracing actually can be run concurrently with other data collection. Analysis will take approximately about 6 months, and the reconciliation of the data, the results, and conclusion, including the report production, will take about 2 months after the research has been concluded. So expected finding, the first one is that there is a connection. This is my hypothesis, that there is a strong connection between the urban planning of Kuala Lumpur, in particular with the road network and public transportation system, with the quality of life of the residents. Secondly, traffic congestion is a prime contributor to depression and reduction of quality of life for people living in Klang Valley. Third one is traffic problems can be solved with better planning and more reliance on efficient and well-designed public transport system. And fourth, finally, proper infrastructural planning can be a lead contributor to an increase in the livability score for Kuala Lumpur. So as a conclusion, KL has the potential to rival neighboring cities like Singapore and Jakarta as the economic hub of Southeast Asia. However, it should not sacrifice the quality of life of its residents along the way. In fact, for the prosperity to be truly appreciated by the masses, the economic growth of the city should run parallel to the increase in the quality of life of its residents. So this research is significant in preparing Kuala Lumpur as a global city to survive the influx of urban dwellers in the near future. As mentioned earlier, by 2050, 70% of the world population will be in cities. As more people move in cities like Kuala Lumpur, it's important that the livability of its residents be retained and, if possible, improved over time. This research believes that proper infrastructural planning is vital in ensuring that KL residents achieve a higher quality of life and an overall improved livability score, which would in turn bring in more investments, bring in more talent, economic opportunities to ensure KL's vitality in the future. So this is my references. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Izzat, I let you comment first lah.
Okay, right. Thank you, Nick, for your presentation. Thank you, Ms. Intan. So, first of all, you have a nice slide, nice graphic with 16:9 ratio. I think you have a clear verbal presentation as well. You're looking into KL urban infra planning and livability index. Okay. I myself learned a lot from your slide. I think I appreciate that. Okay, I do agree that our city is more car centric, isn't it? Especially KL lah. You cannot deny that. And then, how do you looking into bicycles? Because at the moment it's trending, but not in a good way lah. Not in a good reason lah. Because there's not much proper infrastructure after all for bicycle, isn't it? That's why the O-bike is fail lah in the first place. So are you looking into that as well, or just pedestrian?
No, I decided not to focus on bicycles because to me, this is what I see from it is that it's a passing trend. So I'd rather we focus more on something that is proven to be a long-term solution to traffic problems in European cities, even in Singapore, in our neighboring city, Singapore. They have started, planning for their public transportation for a long time, and it has proven to be the correct way to go forward. Bicycles, yes, there is potential, but I feel like it's a trend.
Okay, right. Okay, right. Noted. And then, do you mind to go to your slide and then show on the objective 1, 2, 3, and
which slide do you see right now? Are you seeing my PowerPoint or
no? Not yet.
Oh, you don't see anything, is it? Okay, sorry.
No problem.
Share screen. Okay, which one?
The objective slide.
Objective.
Okay, right. I'm not too sure, but maybe the second one is going to be the third one. Means that you establish the. Oh, sorry, I couldn't see clearly. Do you mind to make it full screen, please?
Oh, sure.
Thanks, appreciate it. Okay,
can see?
Right, can. So first to establish the connections. I'm not too sure. Maybe the third one should be the second one to understand the cause of KL present day urban planning issue. Means that macro level. Then the second one started to be much more specific to identify the factor. And then the last one is to ascertain. I think the third one should come before the second one, in my opinion. Then one, third, second, and fourth.
Correct. I think I agree. I think it's a more natural flow to go macro to more micro. Yep.
In my opinion. And then you mentioned about sample size, which is 1,000, and you did justify why did you choose that figures. I have no problem, but do you think that it's feasible for you to get those figures for interview questionnaire?
Which is why the data collection period is a 1 year data collection period So it's quite a lengthy data collection period as compared to, I think, some other research studies.
Okay, right. So working population age group, I have no problem. That definitely I agree. And then you have a comprehensive literature review as well. I can see it. And then, if you don't mind, could you go to the research gap slide, please?
Oh, okay. This one.
I think if you want to, a good way to present a literature gap is through a table lah. You have some sort of tick that what kind of researcher have covered this kind of data before, this kind of research before, so we can see clearly what kind of gap is there. So before you justify, before you claim there's a gap, you need to show lah. Maybe you have already done it lah, but you didn't put it in slide. But usually the best way, in my opinion, have a table that show each of the previous researcher and what kind of topic they have covered lah, and then what haven't been covered yet that you want to proceed on. Okay, so that you should usually you should accompany those table with your claim and justification lah in terms of gaps. And then you mentioned about interview, which is good that you can read their body language, their some. So I think, I'm not too sure whether this is feasible or not. You could also do some sort of video, some sort of YouTube video, because your question is some sort of like a social experiment. You could put it, you could do a video like some sort of YouTube, and then you could put you could interview lah, and then you could record the interview and put it on YouTube. So I think that's one of the way lah to put it. Like your question, what do you enjoy most about the working KL? What do you enjoy the least working about KL? So the 1,000, is it including interview and questionnaire, or 1,000 interview, 1,000 questionnaire?
1,000 is just questionnaire.
Oh, okay, right. So interview is depend on how much respondent that you could get.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So same goes with the questionnaire interview. Is it depending on the depending on the 1 year period?
No, the interview is not. It's more random. It's more because it's more qualitative. So rather than the questionnaire would be more quantitative, which is why we need a consistent and unbiased set of data. For the interview, we would like to capture not really the quantitative aspect, but more of the human response to certain issues. So, which is why the focus is not so much on when or how long or where.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
I think you covered well on the research method, and you seem to be well versed in each of them. In my opinion, I don't have any issue lah. But and you think that it is feasible, I have no problem. Go for it. I believe it will be a good outcome lah. I can see that a lot of effort have been put in this presentation as well. So kudos to you.
Thank you
very much from me. Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
All right. I think you have a very constructive, very well constructive research proposal, and I think you have gone beyond the expectation of today. Because I think what I see today, and like I see some sort like a PhD proposal defense or master by research proposal defense. So it's a very, it's a very thorough, you have a very deep thought in terms of how you construct each and every layer, and the way you do it seems like you have carried out a lot of studies in order to deliver the works. But that comes to the questions that I thought that this assignment something that you have to deliver and carry out and expected to get the finding within the semesters. I thought at the end of the semesters is you have to submit the overall.
No, I'm not sure about for full-time students in Perdana, but for us, what we do is we do a research proposal only, rather than actually carrying out the actual research. So correct me if I'm wrong. I think we can check again with Dr. Fadlina. But my understanding is that it's just a proposal. Yeah.
Okay. During my study time, it's a proposal, and then with the same semester we submit lah. But if let's say if that not really happening in your scope, I think I don't mind lah. I think in general, the structures, the forms and everything, it's a very doable, very comprehensive, and I think it's the correct way of implementation. But then meaning to say, if let's say these things really have to be
This
proposed,
tak sempat, I surrender. I cannot do this.
you have to scope down your research lah.
Yeah.
Last time,
Definitely not 1,000 sample size lah. Probably just 50.
have you taken the urban studio? Have you taken the urban studio?
No, we haven't.
I think this is a very well tight lah. I mean, like the one that you choose, the one that you show the spacing text. I did all the simulation as well, like what you did now. I did all the simulations before, so I have like 5 meter radius of within Dangwangi is the centers, because I think during the time I did Dangwangi as centers of my studies. If let's say that you have to deliver within a short times, what I wanted to suggest is just focus on a few train station within that region only. So the one that is Jalan Tar, then you ambil LRT Dangwangi, and another one yang dekat bawah lah, not Bandaraya.
Masjid Jamik would be quite good also, right?
Yeah, Masjid Jamik. So I think you very scope down the research, and then you interview beberapa orang je, then you get the expected findings. Because I think during my study time is the one that memang jalan tu dia tak improve. Sekarang ni all the jalan already improve, all the infrastructure dah letak kerusi semua elok, tapi maintenance tak elok. So everywhere it's although that it's already nice on the pedestrian, but it's not, people are not utilizing it because
like my Singaporean friend came over the other day, and then he said, how come KL punya bus stop all very nice and clean? I said it's nice and clean because nobody uses it.
So I think by scoping down lah, if let's say you have to submit scoping down on that region, on that part, I think it's more than good enough lah. But on the methods and everything, I have no problem with it. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Right.
Hello. Hi. I will be presenting next. My name is Noraini. So my research proposal is study offering for the post-industrial landscape in Kuala Lumpur. So the content. Yes.
I think the landscape or portrait, there's some sort of orientation problem. We couldn't see it properly. In my PC, it didn't show properly. It's only show halfway.
Show halfway.
Okay. Can you make it full screen, please?
Okay, is it okay now?
Just now, if be halfway, I'm not too sure it's cut through. Did you use 2 monitor?
No, just one.
Oh,
yeah, I stop this then. Oh, okay. Is it okay now?
Okay, you can make the PowerPoint full screen. Okay, can.
All right, thank you. Okay, my research proposal is to study the rings, focusing on the post-industrial landscape in Kuala Lumpur. So the content is same as my student mates: introductions, literature review, research methodology, and expected finding and the conclusions. So the background of the problems, ring is something we have problem seen as something other than permanent or intact. Should the ruin or historical building that is no longer intact is swiftly renovated, erased or replaced by something else that is complete. Only an exceptional case remains standing. In all the vulnerability and imperfection in an otherwise so regulated and simply flawless environment. So according to Arrigo Logaki, as the barrier of memories, ruin represents certain truth regimes that are constituted out of the combination of communal memories and spatial temporal representations. So the statement of the problem is, should ruin being placed in public space, recreational park became the memorial park, because of some of the ruins are said to be inhabited by many criminal and drug addicts. So objective of the study is the importance of the ruins in the post-industrial landscape in Kuala Lumpur, and to identify the best method for reserve the ruin. Third, to document the feature and the function of the ruin. Fourth, to propose guideline to repair the ruins, especially historical place in Malaysia, and then to create the awareness among public regarding the creation of the post-industrial landscape in Kuala Lumpur. So the scope of study is of ruin Kuala Lumpur, specifically post-industry landscape in Kuala Lumpur. I chose Sentul Depot. The historical place of the study is based on selected place that have connection with the public, easy access to the public, suitable to the repair or rebuild to give the people the opportunity to see more closely, also based on the research from the writing and the study ruin place in Malaysia. So the significance of the study is ruin are mostly historical place that have important element of past history. Other words, in the beginning of the method and the manners of the construction of the original building. Therefore, the ruins that still exist must be documented and maintained and upgrade into the suitable place to be sit, so that the future generation will still feel and see the existence of the ruins. So the literature gap here is ruins remain of human-made architecture, which is the structure that were once intact have fallen as time went by into the state of partial or total disrepair due to lack of maintenance or deliberate acts of destruction. Ruins because of the natural disaster, war, population decline are the most common root causes, which many structures becoming progressively derelict over time due to long-term weathering and scavenging. Apart from the act of war, some important historic buildings have fallen victims to deliberate act of destruction as a sequence of social, political, and economic factors. So the researchers need to study back the history, not just the current, to build an interesting building or pavilions at the ruins area, but at the same time to try to preserve the ruins, to remain the ruins still standing in all its vulnerability and imperfection in an otherwise so regulated and simply flawless environments. So for the research methodology, I choose field work, the observation methods, which is existing the platform such as determines the building types, the program structure, human behavior, traffic study, and focus on morphology. And the second, surveillance, concern towards the local residents and the community activities of interaction and integration. The behavior of the regular user and visitor also observed, so that in completing the study. Also use the data collection methods, which is questionnaire, to evaluate the understanding, preference, and awareness among the public regarding in the creation post-industrial landscape in Kuala Lumpur, specifically in northeast of Kuala Lumpur, consisting of the Taman Tasik Titiwangsa in the vicinity area. So my expected finding, this research want to explore the potential of rain in Kuala Lumpur and Selangor that can build into the public attractions. So the study of typologies and physically documentation is very important in order to gather the style of appearance and evaluate the application of each range and its role in the history around the place. This study focuses on the importance of the range in society and the country. The value in range can also evaluate the previous construction structure. So the result of the study can also be used as a recommendation for guideline to develop or repair rings in different places that are in other areas. So the conclusions, in understanding the meanness of implementation of conservation based on environmental suitable and current condition of rain and not faded by time. Therefore, the proper documentation and maintenance method are very important record in maintaining the existing beauty of rain as well as being reference for the future generations. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Intan, would you like to go first?
All right. Okay. Hi, Noraini.
Hi.
Can you show me your title again? The first slide. Can you set it as a full screen for the slide? Okay, thank you. So basically, you want to study the ruins, okay, post-industrial landscapes in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
So may I know whether do you want to do the field work in this Sentul Depot as part of the case study?
Yeah.
But then just now I think you also highlighting about Taman Tasik Titiwangsa, is it?
Yep. So also the questionnaire will be distributed to the Taman Tasik Titiwangsa.
Okay. So your first method, you are doing observation.
Yep.
So where is the coverage area for the observations?
Around Sentul and also the Taman Tasik.
Okay, around Sentul and also Taman Tasik.
Yeah.
I'm not good in terms of map, but I just want to visualize. Is it Taman Tasik location? It's the same as Sentul Park?
Oh no.
No, right?
Yeah, but I want to the connection from the center area is the best for the industrial landscape to connect to the Taman Tasik.
Okay, post-industrial landscapes. Okay, just want to let you know lah. For this semester, I'm teaching Sem 6 student at UCSI. For this semester, my site is Sentul Depot site. So basically, what are the things that are related to this site? Based on what the student has collected, based on what I know, why the Sentul Park are not being developed, because most of the land area surrounded that area, it belongs to YTL. So that's why and also part of this Sentul Depot lah. So that's why most of it, not much regenerations activities, not much of adaptive reuse activities has been conducted to the site. That's why if you take a look on the Sentul Park site and the overall coverage area, so they have a lot of scattered around housing, right? So there's a range of high income, the new one that has been developed, and the old typologies housings. So if you take a look on the aspects of the site, it has quite a diverse of there has a Chinese area living within the fabric. You can see on the bigger side because of the Sentul Park is a center. Some part it's Indian community housing area, Malay and also Chinese. So it's well diverse. But then a lot of issues happens to the site because of the privatizations of space, and that's why the activities. I mean, like due to privatizations, then that's why it cannot give or offer for the benefits of the community as a whole. So, and then one thing that I capture related to your research, you wanted to know whether the ruins, is it possible to be the memorial park?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
I think all of these things, I think you really have to take a look into considerations. I mean, like a deep thought. Uh, why it's possible to be converted into memorial park? What are the previous historical backgrounds of it? Rather than specifically highlighted to be a memorial park. Because for me, if let's say I have looked into the site, let's say near to the Sentul Depot Central Park, I might think that Memorial Park may not be suitable themes to be set for the site. So that things I'm not sure. I think you have to try to some sort of rethink whether is it necessary to be directed towards the Memorial Park, because I see that there is quite a lot of site in KL has higher potentials to be a memorial park rather than these sites. In terms of the methods, I think observations okay, and then the second methods you want to do questionnaire, but then you have to rethink as well why a Taman Tasik Titiwangsa is the best for you to conduct interview or questionnaire. Okay, so these are the things I think the best way, it's I think if you take a look on the samples that have been created by Nik Ahmad just now, Nik Ahmad has produced one framework table. So if you have that table, it's going to help you to control what are the aims that you wanted, what are the objectives, what are the methods of executions. I think it's more easy to see in the table. Then it's I think I might miss something along the way you presented it, because I think that is roughly my comment lah to your works. But overall, I think it's a good attempt, and you have a very good topic, post-industrial landscapes topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Intan. Thank you, Nurani, for your presentation. Assalamualaikum.
Salam, hi.
So it's about background. Should ruins be a place of attractions? Do you mind to go to your objective slide, please? Okay, you have 5 objectives, is it? Some
Yeah.
importance of ruins. So the first one, what do you mean by you want to increase the awareness of the importance of ruins? So the first objective, do you mind to elaborate?
Oh, the importance. I mean, like the importance of ruin buildings. If we study back what they are started from the mining for the create from existing of the mining, so they became the transportations. So that's why that for me it's important. The growth of the city itself.
Okay, right. I think in my opinion, the first thing first is the wording lah. You usually you should put to create blah blah blah, to produce, to this, to seek, to examine, to investigate, something like that. That's the objective lah.
Okay.
That's the first thing. Then second thing, I think it's too much lah to have a 5 objective.
Okay.
Usually 3 is the best, 4 is the most.
Okay.
Because when you look at research, usually not usually lah, the supervisor, the lecturer will see how your research of all the objective lah. How do you deliver all the objective that have been outlined in the introductions through your research method, through your findings, and through your or through your study lah, throughout your study. So but this one of course is malleable lah. It can be throughout the study, can be changed. Usually this is not will be the final objective. When you finding the best method, maybe your objective will be changed throughout your study. But I think 5 is too much. Like you should scope down into 3 at most 4. But 3 is the best lah, I would say. And then okay, you identify the best method to reserve ruins, document the features and function of the ruins, propose guideline to repair, and the fifth one to create the awareness among public regarding the creation of the post-industrial. I think maybe the fifth one is the aims to create the awareness, and then the objective is to identify the best method to document and to propose the guideline. So you will have one aims, and then you will have 3 objectives to achieve that one particular aims.
Okay.
So that will be much more clearer for the lecturer lah, for the panels. And then okay, that's the first thing. And then how much wind do you identify in just now is what the Taman Tasik Titiwangsa, is it, if I'm not wrong?
Yeah, Taman Tasik Titiwangsa.
So what kind of ruins? How much ruins are there? I have no idea lah about that place, to be honest.
Oh, actually, a study on the Central Depot. So the questionnaire will be displayed to at the Taman Tasik Titiwangsa.
I mean the ruins there. So it's look like the first page, is it?
Yeah.
The cover page.
Yep.
Okay. Do you?
This one
so
is the Central Depot.
It's a locomotive to the port. Okay, right. So the ruins. How do you gauge the ruins is significant? How do you gauge it's significant to be preserved? What? How do you gauge it? How do you justify? I mean, okay.
It because of they can appear as the natural historical object.
Means that that's historical.
It can provide, fit or interpret the that.
Okay. So this one you're looking into not changing, retrofit it into some new things, right? You want to preserve it as it is, and then to make it as a attractive and as a place of attractions.
Yeah.
Instead of changing the typology to become a warehouse, to become a kilang, something like that.
No, I'm not into changing that.
Okay, I think there's a lot of factors as well lah, such as land ownership, privatization of space. This one already mentioned by Ms. Intan. And then being a centralized focus on your research, I think you should put more on the ruins lah, because I have no idea except for the first slide lah, how the ruins look like. Because when you mention about ruins, I have no idea that it is. I was thinking just a place with a column and beam. That's pretty much it. But actually, there's a structure lah, historical structure, like that you shown in the first slide. And then, how did you you wanted to have a guideline to repair a ruins? Is it one of your objectives?
Yeah.
Okay, right. At the moment, do you have any idea what sort of things that you can what kind of how do you repair ruins lah?
I still find it. Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay. I think the major thing is your objective lah. I would say you scope it down, make it the natural much more. The flow is much more natural. Means that the first thing usually is identify blah 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 in terms of macro level. Then you become more and more specific lah. Usually the end result, the end objective will be the recommendation lah. Like you mentioned about recommendation of guideline of repair ruins, something like that, if I'm not wrong. Okay, that's your objective. And then I have no problem on your objective lah. I mean, sorry, research method.
Okay.
How do you have any idea roughly how much your targeted respondent?
For now I'm targeting 50 respondents. Right. I think that will be enough.
Okay, right. And then I think you I think that's okay lah. Usually 30 to 100 usually okay for this kind of scope of study. And then I have another question. Okay, so that's mean you will be go to that place physically and hand out the flyers, is it? Questionnaire.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also we're doing online questionnaire, but focusing more targeting people there. Maybe I will targeting doing the barcode, so
Oh,
that
you mean people will go there and
QR
scan?
code, yeah.
Okay, okay,
Then
okay,
you
right.
just scan it.
Okay, right. I think the best way, if the pandemic is still not over, you could
Yeah.
put it on. Usually where there's a place for My Sejahtera to scan, right?
Yeah.
By using phone, so you can. I'm not too sure lah. Maybe this place or of course should have lah. So maybe there's a guide and then there's a QR code for My Sejahtera. You should put your questionnaire on there as well lah. Physical questionnaire ke ataupun QR code ke. But
Yeah.
but people will have two QR code lah. They need to scan. I'm not too sure whether they quite hassle for them or not. But that's one of strategy lah. I think that's pretty much for me. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Intan.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you Noraini for your presentation. Okay, I think we have ended meeting in WebEx, so I have invited all your classmates to this link so that we can have wrap up after this. Okay, so you just continue. There are still 3 presenters, okay, including Faiz. Faiz just came back from the swab test. I think you can present Faiz after this. Yes. So
Hello.
now,
Alia.
Alia, all right.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. My name is Alia. My proposed research title is Conservation of Built Heritage of Special Area Plan Area. Sorry, terbalik. Special Area Plan towards achieving UNESCO World Heritage Site recognition. Table of content of this presentation will go through introduction and then literature review, research method, expected findings, and finally conclusion. So for introduction, background of the problem. So introduction of Ipoh. Ipoh grew from the Malay village of Palong along the banks of the Kinta River within the 80s. It is known as the city that Tim built. Ipoh was declared a city in 1988. In recent years, Ipoh's popularity as a tourist destination had been significantly boosted by efforts to conserve its colonial British built heritage. And a building may have a little heritage value as a property, but have heritage value because of momentous events inspired there. So building conservation is the way to protect built heritage and retaining its physical authenticity that represents a society's history. So Ipoh City Council had identified this and gazetted Ipoh Special Area Plan in the year 2015 in order to control the development of the area to retain its heritage value. But it stopped there. So which came to my statement of the problem. The people of Ipoh, especially the state and local authority, are aware of the importance of built heritage conservation to preserve the historic city and its value. Thus, the existence of gazetted special area plan. However, the lack of implementation and enforcement leading to no effort taken in conservation of the built heritage towards achieving UNESCO World Heritage Site. Objective of the study, the study focusing on implementing the existing
Sorry,
guidelines.
Alia.
Yeah.
I think your slide is not moving.
Oh,
Are
yeah
you
ke?
intended to show
Uh-uh.
the first slide or?
Oh, yeah ke?
You
slide
still
number-
at the first slide.
Okay, now
Oh, really?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Okay, ni gerak tak?
now introduction.
Yep, now at introductions.
But it's moving or not? I tried to move my slide.
Sekarang tak introduction 1, 2.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sekarang
Let me try that.
but we can see your mouse hovering lah.
Sekejap. Okay, can see my slide.
Okay, boleh.
Table of content.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah.
Full cover.
I start moving my slide, just slide down, but I guess you guys can't see it's moving. Wait, why not?
Now buat introduction 1, 2.
Oh yes.
Now table content, now introduction 3, 4.
Okay, so maybe I shouldn't full screen my slide lah kot. Boleh? Boleh nampak?
Boleh, boleh.
Boleh.
Okay. Should I start back or?
I think introduction also can lah. You start with introduction.
Introduction.
Okay,
Just
okay,
quickly
then
scroll through. Okay.
okay, just quickly again. So background of the problem, introduction of Ipoh. So Ipoh grew from the Malay village of Palo along the banks of the Kinta River within the 80s. It is known as the city that been built. Ipoh was declared a city in 1988. In recent years, Ipoh's popularity as a tourist destination had been significantly boosted by efforts to conserve its colonial British built heritage. A building may have little heritage value as a property, but have heritage value because of momentous event transpired there. So building conservation is the way to protect built heritage in retaining its physical authenticity that represents a society's history. Uh, Ipoh City Council identified and gazetted Ipoh Special Area Plan in the year 2015 in order to control the development of the area to retain its heritage value, but it stopped there. So, which come to the statement of the problem. The people of Ipoh, especially the state and local authority, are aware of the importance of built heritage conservation to preserve the historic city and its value. Thus, the existence of gazetted special area plan. However, the lack of implementation and enforcement leading to no effort taken in conservation of the built heritage towards achieving UNESCO World Heritage Site. So, objective of the study, since this study is focusing on implementing the existing guidelines and legislation on conservation of built heritage of the Ipoh Special Area Plan in order to achieve UNESCO World Heritage Site. I comes up with 4 objectives. The first one is to study on the built heritage conservation concepts globally or locally. Because of my methodology is case study, so I would do 2 case study, global and locally, related to UNESCO World Heritage Site recognition. And the second one, to identify existing guidelines and legislation on conservation of built heritage in Malaysia. The third one, to identify the problem and constraint of achieving UNESCO World Heritage Site of Ipoh Special Area Plan, because Ipoh Special Area Plan has been gazetted in the year 2015. Even the work had done at earliest 2008, but still not yet getting the UNESCO World Heritage Site recognition. And the final one is to propose an action plan to appropriately conserving the built heritage of Ipoh Special Area Plan towards achieving UNESCO World Heritage Site. And the scope of the study is focusing on conservation of built heritage of Ipoh Special Area Plan. And the second one is focusing on this conservation work, focusing on achieving UNESCO World Heritage Site recognition. Significance of the study. Built heritage for cultural fulfill important demands for cultural experience and leisure and make benefit for tourism. So the with good uh good bird heritage can attract tourists tourists to the area, which could generate income to the city. And it also have positive economic impacts, like generating higher rental and occupancy levels for the area. And with having recognition of UNESCO World Heritage Site would help to generate the World Heritage Fund in conservation of the city's built heritage. So literature review, I go for three literature review. The first one is about built heritage. So built heritage is buildings which are associated with architectural, cultural, social, political, economic, or military history. Heritage items are considered to be of value because they reflect about our history that is sufficiently important to require its preservation for future generations. And the second one is about special area plan. So SAP in short is SAP. So SAP it aims to speed up detailed planning for areas of interest and with certain characters that need to be preserved and regulated. The main outcome is a development action plan supported by detailed development specifications and development action schedule. And the third one about UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is any of various areas of objects inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. The sites are designated as having outstanding universal value under the Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage. So my research methodology, I use three main methodology. The first one is through content analysis. The study went through a thorough and detailed analysis of practical, theoretical, and legal definition of conservation of built heritage and qualitative analysis of knowledge through existing resources such as the Heritage Act, the uh, special area plan of Ipoh itself, the and other related legislation, existing legislation in Malaysia lah. And then further study also was done for comparative analysis by exploring case study. Like I said earlier, I would go for two case study, globally and locally. Locally, I'm thinking of going for uh going for the Straits of Malacca since it is the first UNESCO World Heritage Site recognition in Malaysia. And the third methodology is a set of questionnaire for in order to gain knowledge and feedback on the effort done or constraint faced when planning for big heritage of Ipoh special area plan. This questionnaire would be conducted for stakeholders including government authorities, state authorities, Ipoh local authorities, non-NGOs, and professional practitioners, and maybe also the people of Ipoh. Okay, data collection method. The research data collected referring to the preliminary study of introduction, background, objective, literature review, and methodology used. And then data also collected from existing resources as I said, the content analysis is used for the methodology. And then other than that, the data will be collected through a set of interview questions. I'm planning on giving distribution of 100 respondents of the stakeholders. And then the research schedule, I didn't do the Gantt chart yet, but this is how the structure of this research going to be. January for research plan, February literature review, March methodology and data collection, April data analysis, and May thesis writing and submission. Expected finding. This study expected finding, I expect to have three main findings. The study should identify and explore the existing guidelines and legislation of conserving the built heritage in Malaysia. So especially the case study will be done in the Straits of Malacca as a reference to the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in Malaysia to be implemented into Ipoh special area plan. And then the study should be able to determine the constraint phase and to find solutions in order to build an action plan to achieving UNESCO World Heritage Site for big heritage conservation of Ipoh special area plan. And then the study also should be able to produce some sort of guideline of preservation and conservation of big heritage in retaining its UNESCO World Heritage Site recognition. In conclusion, the study includes the exploration of the heritage conservation concept globally. It also considers existing guidelines and legislation implemented and big heritage conservation practice in Malaysia. Defining the study contributed empirical knowledge in qualitative approaches to conserving and enabling the implementation of big heritage in Ipoh special area plans, and the focus on big heritage of UNESCO World Heritage Site standard gave result which will be evident and plan for optimization to support the vision for the designation process and also to improve current practice in terms of conservation work, and then hence also so the future generation can better appreciate their local big heritage. And references. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Alia.
Hi.
I think it's a very interesting topic. I mean, like you have put a lot of thought in terms of, I mean, like when you selecting the topic. So basically, based on the issues, you are saying that lacks of implementation towards achieving towards the directions of achieving achieve UNESCO World Heritage sites. Is it Ipoh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm okay with the methods. I think you're saying that you want to do a content analysis, and then you are looking into a few guidelines, right?
Yeah.
You are going through into. Is there a SAP guidelines? Is it a guidelines or what?
For guideline, we have a special area plan guideline in preservation and conservation work, but it's not towards achieving UNESCO World Heritage Site. Also, I'm looking into Straits of Malacca punya guideline if there's any, and of course with Jabatan Warisan Negara punya guideline lah.
Okay, I think on the guideline part, okay. And then you are saying that you want to do a case study. So in local context, you are choosing Malacca, and another one.
Not yet decided. Can't find any yet.
Okay.
But the globally also I would find something that relating to UNESCO World Heritage Site is juga lah.
I think it's good that if on the global side, I think you try to find the case study within almost the same region as us, something that has almost similar approach that you might see in Ipoh. So not to go too abroad in the selections of the case study for the global context. Try to find within some within the Southeast Asia that has a very case study for you to do it, rather than go on the through macro. I think it's very hard to handle on the ni. And then on the questionnaires, I do agree that you have to conduct a series of questionnaires with the stakeholders lah. But then it's depend on you. The way I see it, it's either you do questionnaire or interview. But I personally, I think I would prefer interview rather than questionnaire. Maybe you just have 2 or 3 in-depth interview to support what are the first and second methods that you already found out. So I think that it's good enough already.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Intan. Thank you, Alia.
Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you for your presentation just now. In general, it's an interesting proposal because conversation is one of the problem that Malaysia tends to not appreciate lah. The flow is also just nice lah. Just now, Noraini is present about ruins, and then the flow to you is about conservation. Okay, so you are looking into Ipoh special SAP, special what? Special
area plan, rancangan kawasan khas.
Okay, how large the extent of this area?
Alamak.
Because at the moment I couldn't actually visualize lah because I have no idea as well.
I should have included it in the proposal, but not yet included it.
Okay,
Sekejap,
right. But if
Uh,
it's accessible to you lah, if not it's okay. Just
it
next time
is
you
just I need 5 minutes, 3 minutes. Kejap,
5 minutes.
kejap, 2 minit, 2 minit. Sekejap ya. It is around if I could show you my screen,
We can see it.
can see?
RKK IPO final.
This one.
Okay. Oh, it's quite sizable.
Alamak, tak ada tulis pula properly what. It has it's stated in here but I can't find it. This one. The causal is
Oh, okay,
79.70 hectare and then the buffer zone is 170, so total up is 255.
So inside there's
And this
a
is the area.
okay. The pink one is the core
The
zone.
pink one is the core zone and then the peach one is the buffer zone.
So
I
inside,
wanted to include this in the proposal but not yet.
okay, right. So you are looking into the core zone lah, the pink one.
I hold the buffer zone.
Oh, the whole zone. Okay. So inside there's a okay.
But maybe if buffer zone too wide and because the buffer zone not really because the vision work is not really in depth, so maybe I go for core zone lah kot for the UNESCO World Heritage Site recognition.
Okay, right. So inside there's a old shop lot. There's a
There's old shop lot, recreational park,
okay, right. Okay. Thank you for
and
the
heritage buildings.
Okay, right. Okay, noted. And then you mentioned about lack of implementation and enforcement leading to no effort taken in conservation of the built environment. I personally think that the claim is quite bold lah. You have you have justification lah why you mentioned that the problem is no implementation and enforcement. Maybe the majlis have, I don't know whether if majlis officer dengar dia akan sakit hati tak tahu lah. But you have you need to back up lah the justification. There is no effort in conversation. Maybe you are right. I have no idea as well. But you need to make it more. You need to justify lah. That's all. And then okay, study on the do you mind to go to your objective slide, please? Okay, so study on okay, we can see it. Thank you. Conversation concept globally and locally. Okay, you did mention that locally you are looking to Malacca and globally you don't have any idea yet, is it?
Yes.
Okay, I think if Malacca is significant, you can even place Malacca as globally, I think. And then locally you can find Penang or something lah. I'm not too sure. Maybe because Malacca is quite significant. You said that it is the first one, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Actually, the first UNESCO World Heritage Site recognition in Malaysia. The Straits of Malacca.
Maybe if you are struggling to find a global conservation concept, you can use Malacca. I think lah. But if there is a case study that good enough for you, you can proceed with other places globally. And then second is identify existing guideline. I think no issue. Identify constraint through questionnaire. And then propose an action plan. Okay, I think to make the propose an action plan more justified, you can also interview, I don't know, UNESCO World Heritage through email, get their feedback, or at least expert in conservation. Okay, maybe you can get their opinion. Expert, I believe there is a lot lah. Conservation expert in Malaysia, get their feedback on your action plan. Your proposed action plan to appropriately conserving the built heritage. Okay, so I'm not too sure if it is feasible for you. I think you should go for that lah, to get their other expert opinion to chime in to strengthen your proposal.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's pretty much for me. Nothing else. Thank you, Alia. Thank you, Miss Intan.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Alia. We are already 1:15 and we still have two presenters. The Tisa and the Intan, are you sure you don't want to break first?
I don't mind, up to Miss Intan.
I think 5 minutes break is okay kot.
Can okay.
Okay. So we'll have 5 minutes break and then I will continue at 1:20.
Okay,
So we'll
can.
still have VD1, Rachel, and another one is Patis. Okay?
Alright.
So we'll have 5 minute break.
Okay,
Thank
can.
you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we Jikwan.
Yes.
If Miss Intan or Mr. Izzat is here already, can you
Yep.
continue?
Yep. Ready.
Alright. So Jikwan, you can start presenting.
Okay. So my topics for today is the impacts to building maintenance due to improper design considerations and planning. Good afternoon to everyone. Now, I'm gonna kickstart a little bit on the building maintenance. It has becoming a very important field of study nowadays, and even more important for developing countries like us. Poor and improper building maintenance now will actually cause more damages and costly repair works if they are left intended. Malaysia is one of the fast-growing economies in Southeast Asia with the first-class infrastructures. Governments of Malaysia is actually really concerned about the importance of building maintenance aspect. To some party, maintenance of building is a complicated process and costly. But if it's carried out wisely, it could save a lot of money beside potential extended lifespan of the building itself. And the maintenance process usually have two types of maintenance, say the preventive maintenance and the corrective maintenance. According to the Sufyan, of the two, the preventive maintenance is actually the more crucial part than those who involved in the development of building. And it must understand that it is very important to understand from the right beginning of the project. Now, throughout the literature review on the building maintenance correlated with the design for at the early stage, there are people says that the architects, engineer, planners should study the potential maintenance and operational problem before working out the design. And there are people also say it is very important to consider maintenance of building aspect during design stage for future performance of the building. The design has a very significant impact on the building maintenance. Failure in the early design stage of project development, especially in design, will actually lead to deficiencies in the later stage after construction. And these efficiencies actually will result in financial burdens for the client. And in this study, what I'm trying to bring out in this research is the improper consideration and the planning during design stage will actually cause a significant impact, like what we brought out earlier. So for me, it is very important to understand those preventive measures during early design stage to mitigate those maintenance issue as much as possible. So for this study, we will focus on the following objective, mainly on three criteria. First is to identify the maintenance requirements and procedures for post-occupancy need. Secondly, to identify the impacts to the building maintenance due to improper design considerations, and to outline the do's and don'ts during the design stage to mitigate the risk of bad maintenance approach. In this study, I'm gonna to focus and emphasize on how the building maintenance interrelate with architectural design planning and the consideration, but will not really emphasize on the specifications of the building materials, whether the material itself is bond well or not, or delamination, or kind of construction methodology in this study. What's so important is this study is I actually find that those improper design not only led to poor maintenance work, but it actually indirectly increased the safety risk factor for the maintenance worker to carry out those maintenance work. And it is very crucial to understand the post-occupancy building maintenance requirement, and they should be planned during early design stage. So this paper is going to it's written to raise awareness to all the building designers, especially to the architects or maybe for small house designers, on the need of a proper consideration for building maintenance requirements, and also best to work closely with the owners or the maintenance expert who actually carry out the maintenance work to deliver a functional building to the end user. throughout the literature that I had researched so far, what I think I'm still miss out or in the literature is we somehow also overlook on the replacement strategy of the equipments or part of the parts that shall be taken into the consideration. It would need to be good to understand the lifetime of the parts that subjected to replacement in the coming 5 years, 10 years, or to 30 years. Because to me, I believe the size of the door, the width of the corridor also matters in the future if the parts of things cannot fit through the narrow width that we allow at the early design stage, and it may involve hacking or things later on. So kind of like heavy lifting of parts or vertical transportation could be an issue later if there's insufficient allowance in the design. This can be covered in detail by understanding the lifetime of parts of the building with a planned replacement design strategy design for it at the early stage. So in this research, what I'm going to cover, the methods for it is first, I'm going to identify the maintenance requirements and the procedures for post-occupancy need through literature review or maybe from kind of other books on parts warranty and procedures and all kind of things. Then also we'll select a few case study that mainly in Malaysia context to identify issues with the building maintenance due to improper design considerations. And the case study shall be done by interviewing the maintenance personnel to understand their limitations or any difficulties in carrying out the maintenance work due to the improper design implemented by the designer. Now, what I'm thinking now is I'm going to prepare questionnaires while carry out the interview with a key maintenance personnel. Maybe I could target 100 different building visit, and it should not limited to one a single building property, but it should also cover residential, commercial, and hospitality property at minimum. And the building age should be at least 10 years, so then we can see those the leakage or the defects or things that the maintenance personnel will see throughout the 10 years at least. And I believe the respondents must be a qualified maintenance personnel in the industry and at least work for the selected case study field for a minimum of 2 years. So the guy could probably have a proper understanding on the difficulties in carrying out maintenance work for this said buildings. And the data that collected will have a 5-point Likert scale used, where 1 to 5 strongly disagree to strongly agree. And I'm going to use the SPSS to analyze the data. And then we're going to have a set of open-ended question answers, such as any opinions or recommendation from the maintenance personnel to actually give a proper or experts opinions and recommendation to them. I'm going to categorize them with similarity and to give a group recommendation for this study. Now, looking at the schedule, probably looking at 6 months to complete all of this study, which include the literature review, the questionnaire, the site visit, and the analysis of all the things, and to carry out, to draw a conclusion for it. By carrying out this research, I'm going to expect how am I going to understand the maintenance issue derived from design failures that will end up with bad maintenance approaches. So those useful and constructive opinions and recommendations from the personnel that I'm going to interview are actually expected to be compiled in this research study. And this research paper will highlight examples of design that were not finished within the required parameters and thus resulted in faults. Say, for example, I'm going to go to the site visit, take some photos, and prove that this doesn't work or that can actually help, things like that. And this will also highlight the effect of faulty design on building maintenance, of course. And as a conclusion, a faulty design will evidently affect the building maintenance, and then this research will focus on the building planning design itself, mainly on the building deficiencies due to poor design practices and inappropriate consideration for maintenance approach during the design stage. And it is also aimed to draw a good as a design examples which incorporate the maintenance factors. All the information data should be collected and from the published journals and case study to support this study report. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Next one. Miss Intan or
Izzat first. Izzat first.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Intan. Thank you, Ji Kwan, for your
Yeah.
presentation just now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So your study about building maintenance. So your problem statement is need a proper building maintenance.
Yes.
Okay, related to design of early stage. Okay. Any specific building are you looking into? Means in terms of typology, mall or
Not.
residential?
I don't have a specific buildings, but I'm going to cover a wide range of buildings. Means like a random selected buildings.
Okay. Because I think, I'm not too sure, I think different typology might have different kind of maintenance lah, and even might have different kind of problems. Like maybe pitch roof tends to have much, maybe flat roof tends to have much more leakage. I'm not too sure. But you looking into random building but same design, or same typology but different design? Any idea?
I'm looking at different building type. For example, residential property, commercial property, hospitality kind of things. But the building typology, let's say for the flat roof or non-flat roof, not so look into it, because my scope of study we're going to cover in terms of the space planning. Say, for example, the door size, the corridor width, and proper access, the safety factors, rather than the construction of that or the specification of the material.
Okay, right. And then you did mention about the building age lah. I was thinking to ask that, but you mentioned about 10 years if I'm not wrong. The building
Yes.
age. Okay, right. And then okay. I totally agree on interviewing the technician lah, because they are the one who execute all the maintenance work. And then you did mention at your initial presentations awareness of the architect about the needs of proper maintenance considerations. Maybe if you want to justify that, you can do a pilot study before you kick off your research lah. You want to justify that claim, you have a quick pilot study, say some sort of questionnaire saying that stating the architect is not aware, because I do agree lah, architect usually didn't fully aware about maintenance aspect. So maybe you can do a quick pilot study, a questionnaire that if you want to justify that claim more. And then building age, at the moment typology, Likert scale, I agree, you do Likert scale so that easier for them to choose. I think you are the second person to have Gantt chart lah after Nick Ahmad, if I'm not wrong. So I hope you have a clear idea lah what you want to do for the next incoming month. Okay, problem statement, related design early stage, identify the impact, and then I think your objective is you have the objective flow really well. I think identify the maintenance requirement, identify the impact, and then last but not least, you have do and don'ts during design stage to mitigate the risk of bad maintenance approach. Okay, so when you want to outline this, the last objective, the outline, I think same goes like I mentioned before. You can justify your do and don'ts with the maintenance guy as well. You ask them that did your do and don'ts they agree with your list of recommendations. I think that's one of the way lah. But if they do agree, also it's a finding as well. It's just a null finding lah. So no need to change anything. But if they do agree, at least they stated lah why. Maybe this point is blah 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 blah. But I think you can also get their opinion lah. So that because after all you're going to interview them, and then you're going to have your own do and don'ts list of recommendation, and then you can ask them again if it's feasible for you lah, to ask them about your proposal of do and don'ts to mitigate the risk of bad maintenance. Scope down the building age. I think that's pretty much for me. Next, I think you need to scope down the building type lah. What kind of building typology are you looking into? The moment I think building that have a maintenance technician team is much more easier lah for you to access, because you can go to their operation office and ask their technicians to answer your question there. That's from me. That's pretty much for me, Jikwan. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Ms. Intan.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. I think this is a very interesting topic. I kind of like at the end what you are looking at. It's what are the things that can do and don'ts lah during the design stage. What are the things that we need to consider as a designer? I do agree with Izzat. I think you have saying that you wanted to have about 100, right? 100 different buildings. So which is at least 10 years. I think it's not doable within the 6 months time frames that you have. I think it's easy to select to just 2 or 3 buildings, and I think it's much more easy if you are very specific on one specific buildings. Okay, let's say examples is on the let's say example Rumawi, the current middle income housing that are widely being constructed, examples in KL. So you can go to a few of these as case studies and be specific to that building, and what are the action plans. So in future, what are do and don'ts in order to improve the existing buildings within the same typologies, like, because if you have too wide and too broad scope, I think it's very hard to justify the things that you have been measured. And then or maybe or maybe you want to take a look to buildings, examples like office buildings. You can also do one buildings related one office buildings or residentials, up to you lah. I think it's the way you narrow down your research. I think the more thorough information that you will get at the end for your findings. I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Intan and Mr. Izzat. Can we proceed with Rachel? I will reserve all my comments, and then I will go browse through all your submission of Microsoft Word, and then I just put the comments on your Microsoft Word. That's why I'm asking you to submit the Microsoft Word instead of the PDF. Okay, so so that I can highlight whatever mistake or any additional info that you can put in your research later. Okay, Rachel, if you are ready.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch now actually. Sekejap Can you all see my slide? Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wong Poman, but I prefer if you guys can call me as Rachel. It's easier to call that way. Today, I'm actually proposing to do a research on the affordability of housing prices that are located in transit-oriented developments within Klang Valley. Just to break down here, there's actually 5 categories where we'll go through one by one later, starting from introduction, literature review, methodology, then findings and conclusions, and then last is reference. To start with introduction, As you guys know that MRT is the latest public transportation that was initiated by the government, and they are fully completed. Line 1 are fully completed in 2017, and this resulted the mass progress of public transportation in Malaysia. And because of that, there are about 24 TODs that has emerged along the transit corridor in Klang Valley. But the problem is that, as you can see, there are some studies has also verified the market prices of houses within the public transit station areas or zones are actually higher than those regular houses. This is because of the convenience of the transport and the great amenities that was provided by the TODs surrounding the transits. So following the studies that I've done, some has mentioned and some also implemented in overseas that TOD is actually an effective model to incorporate affordable housing. This because they will actually lower the overall household transportation costs by reducing the dependence on private cars or owning a car. Then this will actually encourage the home ownership among the middle and low income households. As I mentioned in the 3 introduction slides earlier, this is the problem statement that I wish to study along the research, and it's also related back to the affordability of house prices, where most of the projects within the TODs in Klang Valleys are actually mainly accessible to T20 tiers. And then I would also study the determinants of house buying, why people would prefer to stay in TOD. And then lastly, with the transit-oriented development principles, I will also find out why people would prefer to stay next to the MRT. So here are my aims and objective. My aim is actually to study the feasibility of providing affordable price houses within the transit-oriented development. Then my objective is to similarly aims to study the affordability house prices in TODs. And then I would also wish to study the relationship of the residential property values due to being located in TOD zones. Then the relationship of the social determinants and also the house pricing purchase being located in TODs. And lastly is to study the household income to in purchasing the house in TODs. Next, moving to the literature review. Just to break the ice, TOD is actually a planning and a design strategy that clusters job, housing, services, and amenities together around the public transit. Being said that there are actually multiple definitions all around the world. As you can see here in the first box on the left, there are some people would claim as TOD as mixed-use community that encourages people to live near transit services. There are also people would identify TOD as a use of land development with high density and a mixture of residential and commercials around the public transit systems. And then on the right, the box where it shows there are people also define TOD as a practice of developing and also intensive residential land use near the rail stations with complementary public uses, job, retail, services. And all these are also along the regional transit systems. These are the basic principles to develop a TOD. As you can see, location, context, social impacts, all these matters together with the density, the type of projects that we will develop in that zone, what are the surrounding developments, and then all this will result in economic impact and the social impact to the people around. These are there are also some key components to developing a TOD. The first one would be the quality transit facilities and service. And then in the TOD also, there will be walkable, high quality pedestrian environment Then there are also destinations which are complete with communities such as community center and any other facilities. Then it's also compact. It's a compact development with the highest densities closest to the train. Lastly, is that the parking that is carefully located and also designed and well managed in the development. This is the where you can see there are benefits. There are categories of benefits that to the public sector and also the private sector in terms of developing a TOD. Because TOD is actually one of the visible forms of smart growth, and it sort of attracts a lot of interest of politicians, environmentalists, of course, the real estate developers as well. So in the public sector, you can see it increase the revenues and the riderships, and it also provides joint development opportunities. It provides lesser traffic congestions, increased property values that would be benefit to the developers. Then it reduces a lot of road expenditures and other infrastructure outlays. It also reduces crime. And now in the private sector, of course, when you talk about money, your land values increases, your rentals increases, your performance of that real estate will increase, then it should also increase the affordable housing opportunities. Of course, retail sales are also will increase together with the access to the labor pools, and it will increase physical activity. This is a diagram that was done by these HNTB companies just to summarize the entire benefit of transit-oriented development that was done in US. As you can see here, the highest percentage where the 57%, the occupants or the people around the public would actually reduce dependence on driving. And then moving on, it allows the residents to live, work, and play within the same area because of the accessibility, and then reduces the area's carbon footprint or negative impact to the environment, provide access to the better life services. Then moving on, the local economy is stimulated. Then again, back to accessibility, it provides better access between the urban and the suburb areas. And also, in a way, it's also related to where access are more accessible to better entertainment and recreational services, better jobs in urban for those who stays in suburban, and lastly, it will revitalize the urban areas. This, I'll move on to a more micro study of TOD in Malaysia. So currently, Malaysia has taken a new strategy by the government to actually build TOD to overcome the urban and suburban phenomenon. Then around the TOD, there will be more industries, there are more investment opportunities that will be developed, and this will promote the mixed use and high density development for everyone's benefit. Currently, there are a few planning guidelines. One of the first one is actually the Selangor State Transit-Oriented Development Planning Policy. Then recently that was established back in 2018 by Plan Malaysia is the planning guidelines for TOD. Lastly, just a little bit of extraction from the public transportation MRT guideline as well. Here, as I mentioned earlier, Selangor is one of the first kind to develop the guidelines for TOD, and this is just a diagram to show what they required, what type of principle they required to build one in Selangor areas. So the first one you can see, again, similarly, as the definition of TOD, it should be a mixed development with various of activities. It will be a high density development. There should be affordable homes in business area, affordable business area, walkable pedestrian path with cycling lanes, public amenities, less parking bays, availability of feeder buses, and lastly, green building. Here is just a quick extraction also from the guidelines, just for everyone's knowledge here. If you're in the middle of where the red dot is, that would be your center of all your transit system, including railways as well. So within the 100 meters from the bus transit, then government will allow you to discount the 30% of plot ratio and also density, then that kind of plot ratio allowable, you can use it to build commercial use, including office and also residential. Then similar principle also applies when your development is about 200 meters from the rail transit. So there's a bit of slight difference in terms of radius coverage here. After talking about TODs, moving on to our main main focus as well is the affordable housing, in which is actually defined as is adequate in quality, location, and not so costly. So it doesn't prevent the occupants from meeting the other basic living needs. So we'll focus on straight to affordable housing in Malaysia because there are plenty of studies about affordable housing. And one of the founders of TOD in US, by Peter Kaltok, he mentioned that affordable housing must start with affordable neighborhoods. But the affordable housing should, which identify to have all these key elements of being adequate, affordable, quality housing, and must have facilities, somehow now have a lot of implemented in Malaysia, and there are a lot of government schemes such as Prima, Rumah Web, Rumah Selangor are established to provide housing, affordable housing for the lower tiers. Here is a quick extraction on how housing cost burden tabulated for the different tiers of people in Malaysia, but it's also segregated between the Selangor zone and also the Kuala Lumpur people. So as you can see here, for instance, in Selangor, under B40, their monthly income median are actually about 4,000, and when it comes to net, it's about 3,006. And according to the principle of affordable housing, which is supposed to be 30% of your net income, that should be your maximum. That is the commitment that you're supposed to pay for your house is only 1,000. And then because of that, your housing cost burden will actually total up to 200 plus thousand for a house. And then when you calculate per square feet, it's about average about 200 plus per square feet. And then, of course, when you move up the tiers, your commitment can go higher, and then you are able to buy a bigger house or a more luxury price house. Looking at this table, when you compare to this chart, where it's actually extracted by iProperty, they did a study where they studied the overall square feet price based on all the current TODs or the current residential projects that has emerged along the transit corridors. So as you can see earlier when we talk about this B40 group of people, where if you look at this price per square feet, which is about average 268, if you look at here, this chart, B40 are not able to buy any of the houses, even though it should be principally it should help them to live better because they do not have cars and everything. So if they stayed in TOD nearer to the public transport, they should be able to access to work easily, access to anywhere easily. Then moving on to the methodology, here I have just drafted a timeline or like a chart how my study is gonna be. So at first we're gonna stage one, all the aims, objectives, scope of study, and the significance will be studied. Then moving on to the literature review, which is in stage two, to study about TOD, about the house pricing, affordability, and then lastly is the determinants or the factors why people would prefer to stay in TOD. This will help to identify the aspects that binds the community concept in TOD and also the affordability of house prices. Then further to that, I should be expanding the TOD by studying in various countries such as Singapore, Australia as well. And then moving on to stage 3 is where the data gathering should be. I've selected 4 projects along the MRT lines, and from there, I will able to gain the data for the quantitative, qualitative, and also SBS analysis. So I'll further explain about this analysis in the next slide. Then from there, after all of that, in the last stage is where the discussion and recommendation. The conclusion should be where I could justify the possibility to have affordable pricing houses in TOD, while also identifying the factors why people prefer staying TOD. And then last is to put some recommendation how to incorporate the affordable housing in TOD, such as probably government planning together with some funds by the government to allow housing price to be lowered down. The research area will be based on these 4 residential towers, 2 within KL and 2 within Selangor, so it's sort of easier to compare between the zones. We have the one TTDI, then we have another one which is Dentist, which is at Kota Damansara. We have this V Residence, which is in Sunway Velocity, and lastly is Eco Cheras in Cheras area. So as I mentioned earlier, the analysis will be gathered throughout survey questionnaires. At the moment, I'm thinking about distributing about 100 to 200 per project, so it's easier to identify the comparison. And then the survey will comes in 4 parts. Part A will be the socio-economic background study. Part B will be to study the housing characteristics and pricing, such as the current houses they bought or rent in the respective administrative projects. And then part C will be the physical environment living in TOD. We will also ask them to tell us their experience and the reasons why they bought houses in TOD. And then the last is for those homeowners or future homeowners, what are their plans? Would they buy a next one in the TOD, or could they rent it out, or probably they could stay in other projects that is also TOD scheme. And then this is my timeline. In the Gantt chart, I have proposed, if time permits, I should be able to complete within 6 months. Although I felt that the field visits and the interview might take a longer stretch a bit, because if we can only do it on weekends where most of them are not working, then probably it's easier to manage that way. Then last is the finding and conclusions. Based on the findings, I should be able to find out the house prices before and after TOD complete, because apparently, like I mentioned before, the land values or the real estate values does increase because of the TODs around. Whether there are some projects that I've selected are actually already completed before the MRT line came in, and also if the MRT line has completed, what are the justification to the property value increases, and then also to study the value accessibility, just to have an idea whether the house prices does increase due to TOD. Second would be the determinants of house purchase in TOD and their physical environment. I mentioned earlier, I would like to also study the main reason why the home buyers would wish to stay in TOD rather than regular houses. Although they knew that the land or the property value will increase before and after the MRT are complete. And then last is the feasibility of providing the affordable housing. This is one of the focus or one of the conclusion that I'm keen to get, is because if all the TODs are meant to be accessible to T20 tier only, then does that mean that all the B40, M40 will end up staying at a suburb area, like very, very far away, like Kajang and so on? and we are not able to stay within city center. So there are few ways that we could do is to increase the plot ratio and also reducing the built area. So, and also to increase the subsidize for affordable housing in Malaysia. This is just another quick chart for everyone to see the comparison between the tiers. What is the affordable price, average affordable price per square feet, together with the current price for the residential towers along the MRT line. So as you can see, it's only all affordable, accessible to T20, which is in green. And then for the M40 is barely, and you just got like really little less choice or property to select to stay in. Conclusion is TOD does offer a great opportunity to promote a truly affordable housing. Of course, this would come with challenges to ensure adequate services together with maintaining the affordability of the prices, for all the lower and medium tier people. And this may need to have a huge investment from the government if they wish to allow the properties in TOD to be accessible to the other tiers of the people in the country. Yep, that's pretty much it for me. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Hi, Rachel.
Hi. Yeah.
I think this is a very interesting topic, and you have a very, details data or samples that could further justify the terms of affordabilities in TOD, transit oriented developments area. I kind of understand. I kind of like these situations because I think because now currently I'm staying in Maluri, Cheras. So my nearby it's Cochrane. So everything I've been staying here since I'm born. I think this is my context. So basically I know how the rapid developments of this area. Before we have we already have the LRT before, and then we have MRT. And then there's a huge difference. Then it start to build up all these Sunway Velocity, Sunway Medical Centers, and the price are really crazy right now. So that's why this is a very important topic that needs to brought up lah. I mean, like everyone should well aware that all of these so-called affordable house is not affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then but then I think one of another key factors that you would probably I don't mind for you to select the case studies. I think you have to select 4 case studies. It's just that the numbers of respondent, I think you have to redetermining again the numbers of respondent. And in fact, the numbers of case study, I think also quite a lot. You saying that you wanted to do 4, but I think it's within the time management and everything. I think two or 3 it's good already for me. And then the numbers of respondents I think need to be reduced lah. And not just saying that you might need to just do all of this interview, but I think to understand the existing fabric layers is also important, because during my school time, because I'm at Maluri, right? I'm staying at Convent Jalan Pil School. So during my school times and everything, I know that all of this housing are being demolished to build up all of these malls near to this area. But then it's good to understand the overall fabrics, because I think if you take a look on examples, Maluri lines, we have a lot of local housing area. And in fact, my housing area, I have because I'm staying next to the PAC 3, one of the examples that you are showing, and the price is high. That is it's not very expensive. Alamanda, D Alamanda, not really expensive, but it is for M40. And then next to it's low cost developments for B40 family. So meaning to state that on the overall urban fabrics, you can see the variations of it. So mostly at Maluri area, it's being occupied by middle income. So I know that it's called affordable housings, but then maybe the word is not should be affordable, but on the demographic, I think the demographic it's quite okay in terms of the ratio, how the deliverance of the ratio, how you have a low income, middle income, high income staying in one area and next to the TOD. This is the things like the existing fabric itself and the populations of existing area. I think you need to do a field works a little bit then to understand whether it's actually okay on the macro development. It's actually okay. It's just that on the affordabilities of the housing price, something they need to rethink. And the words affordability shouldn't be come across, I think, for that kinds of housings. I don't know. So this is part of the thing that you could probably justify along the way when you carry out the research lah. But then of course they definitely sell that, okay, M40 is 480, very affordable, and then in fact if you're saying that there is not much government scheme, I so called that I think I'm not really not agreed with that, because I think government have a lot of me when I start thinking of purchasing house within my housing area, the way I grow in this area. I think the government have a lot of initiative intensive to the first buyer homes and everything, but then it's still not enough to cover the affordable housings that recently being built lah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's quite a lot of in and out factors that I think you would probably have to consider. Okay, that's it from me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Intan. Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing? You are Rachel from DP Architect, right?
Yeah.
Just a bit of context. Rachel and I used to work in the same firm,
Yeah.
even in the same project. So how was Link Bridge, if you don't mind I'm asking?
A bit NDA, but I can text you separately on that.
Okay, right. Okay, never mind anyway. Okay. Your slide is same template as Nick Ahmad lah, but anyway, it's a clear verbal presentation. You have a really nice flow, good verbal presentation, good flow. It's clear, it's concise, it's comprehensive. And then you mentioned about determinants of house buying. I think there's a lot of previous researchers covered it. So what you can do is to cross-check with them. Means that you keep your objective, but you look at their findings and then cross-check with your findings. So you can check whether it's tally or not. But if it didn't tally at all, it's okay as well. If your findings is still your findings. So so you can justify. I mean, you can cross-check with previous researcher lah, because this topic I think is well covered by previous researcher as well. The determinants of buying a house. But in your case, it's more on TOD, specifically for TOD, right? TOD context. Okay, okay.
Yes. Yep.
And then I think there's a lot of factors that goes behind this issue. So the problem is a lot lah. I think you have you can cover a lot. Means that you have a lot of resources lah, because this topic is as you explained before, it's quite problematic lah, because I do agree. Usually planning wise, of course, B40 housing, more affordable housing need to be near TOD, because they can access more towards a public transit instead of owning a car. So that's the proper way lah. But in Malaysia, as you can see, it's terbalik lah. That one is only reserved for luxurious and T20. So your problem statement, I think, is well justified lah. And then, do you mind to go to your objective slide, please?
Objective here. Yep.
Okay. The last one is the third and the last one is relationship. Okay. Usually, usually the objective usually lah, the normal practice, the last objective is something that the most significant output lah. For example, just now like Ji Kwan do and don'ts of maintenance. And then just now, if I'm not wrong, Alia mentioned about guideline of something. So, but the guideline for TOD is already well covered. You also touch about this in your slide. So I'm not too sure. Maybe you can explore final objective as your most significant output lah. Not too sure lah, because guideline already been covered, but maybe you can explore more lah about your final objectives, the most significant output. And then okay, and I think you mentioned about initiative lah in your nearer towards the end. You mentioned about initiative.
Yep. This one is it?
I think previous slide, there's an initiative at the bottom right corner.
Is it this guy?
This one is conclusion.
The initiative on the right.
Bottom right, if I'm not wrong. There's a. I think after this. If I'm not wrong.
After this?
It's too small, I think, for. Oh no, not this. But okay, never mind. Anyway, that's one of the final objective that you can think of, like some sort of that initiative. Okay, I'm not sure whether I explained this well. Okay. Okay, you did cover well about TOD, the benefits, the terminology. You have a rather comprehensive LR, literature review. You elaborate well. And then about your questionnaire, so you're going to hand out the questionnaire towards the commuters or the people that living that near to that TOD? Means that the people that living in the apartment or
living in the
the
apartment.
commuters? Okay, right.
Living in the apartment because I want to study, especially for those who buy a home at those area, what drives them to buy it. If they don't mind, they could let us know also what is the price per square feet that they have bought probably a few years back before the project completes, and also the current market price now. So it's easier to compare whether is it because of the TOD, because of the MRT that is completed, baru dia punya property value actually shoot up, something like that.
Okay. I think that's feasible lah. I think that's totally doable in roughly 6 months, if I'm not wrong. Okay, your intent. I think yeah, you are right. Even when the rumors is there, the land price is going to shoot out like RTS cases previously. Overall, I think it's a good proposal lah. I can see it doable as well in 6 months, and then I can see that each of the objective you can deliver well in 6 months. That's pretty much from me. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Miss Intan.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Rachel, Mr. Izzat, and Miss Intan. We have our last presenter, Faiz. If you can share your screen. Where's Faiz?
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Hello. Okay. Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Faiz bin Fazil. Saya punya topik untuk saya nak buat ni adalah keselesaan di hospital ibu dan anak dari pandangan pesakit dan pakar perubatan. Okey, ini adalah overview saya punya slideshow. Ini nombor 1 adalah latar belakang permasalahan. Okey, seperti yang kita tahu, hospital adalah tempat untuk lawatan lanjut selepas kita pergi daripada klinik and stuff. And then dekat hospital mostly overcrowded and then semua pesakit tak kira umur akan dikumpulkan kepada satu tempat lah. Okay, kat situ based on the research yang saya ada baca, itu boleh menyebabkan kanak-kanak itu lebih terdedah kepada penyakit-penyakit daripada orang dewasa. Tapi and then masalah yang ada adalah untuk tahu macam mana surrounding yang sesuai untuk pesakit ibu dan anak ni. Okay, seterusnya jurang kajian, kebanyakan research yang ada adalah fokus kepada hospital awam dan hospital kanak-kanak ataupun hospital ibu sahaja. I mean wanita. Okay, oleh tu matlamat dan objektif untuk kajian saya ni, saya mau fokus untuk mengkaji hubungan antara reka bentuk hospital dengan keselesaan pengguna, mengenai pasti ciri dan justifikasi keselesaan, mengklasifikasikan jenis reka bentuk yang sesuai dan terakhir mencadangkan garis panduan untuk mereka bentuk hospital ibu dan anak. The reason why saya ambil ibu dan anak sebab untuk satu hospital ni dia kena cover untuk 3 golongan. Yang pertama adalah ibu, kedua adalah anak, ibu adalah dalam kategori dewasa, anak kanak-kanak, anak terbayi pada 2, satu kanak-kanak yang berusia bawah 17, dan last sekali adalah bayi, which is infant lah. Okay, skop dan kepentingan kajian. Kajian ini, skop kajian, saya more fokus on hospital ibu dan anak sekitar Lembah Kelang, sebab seperti kita tahu kita ada few dah start ada, HKL dah buat, and then Avicenna hospital private dah start buat, and then ada KK dekat Pandan Indah dengan Desa Pandan pun dah asingkan untuk ibu dan anak. Okay, kepentingan kajian ni saya nak fokus on sebab kanak-kanak ni merupakan masa hadapan kita, dan persekitaran untuk persekitaran yang selesa mampu menurunkan waktu rawatan seseorang. Reference tu saya punya ni lah, literature review. And then untuk literature review, saya ada buat for assignment 1 hari tu, saya ada buat kajian tentang saya buat kajian. Saya ada baca satu research daripada ex-student UTM juga. Dia membuatkan topik dia adalah menjadikan hospital sebagai second home dari pandangan dari pandangan apa namanya? Dari pandangan perspektif and meaning. Okay, daripada research tu, saya dapat dia punya outcome of the research mendapat mengenal pasti faktor-faktor keselesaan untuk sesebuah hospital, which is yang pertama adalah bunyi, and then cahaya, pemandangan, bahan binaan, warna dan susu atau bilik. Semua faktor-faktor ni adalah daripada dia punya survey dekat hospital dekat Tehran. And then untuk metodologi saya punya research ni, saya go more on to soal kaji selidik yang saya akan masukkan faktor-faktor keselesaan ni dalam saya punya survey dan saya punya ni lah soal saya kaji selidik tu untuk mengetahui lebih mendalam and focus on the golongan yang saya cakap tadi lah, ibu dan anak. Okay, jangkaan hasil kajian ini saya mengharapkan untuk mendapatkan apa tu faktor-faktor yang untuk kategori lah, and then mendalami on those factor, and in the future mengharapkan hasil ni dapat menjadi panduan untuk mereka bentuk hospital ibu dan anak. Okay, secara kesimpulannya, pembinaan hospital adalah penting bagi menampung keperluan pesakit yang akan meningkat di masa hadapan. Namun, hospital tidak dinilai dari segi kecantikan luaran serta dalaman sahaja, malahan itu lebih daripada itu. Keselesaan pengguna adalah penting agar hospital yang dibina menjadi sebuah bangunan yang dapat memenuhi kehendak pengguna. Okay, so tu je lah kot saya punya ni. Hello?
Okay, thank you, Faiz. Dr. Izzat, if you have any question to ask.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay, keselesaan di hospital ibu dan anak dari pandangan pesakit dan pakar perubatan. So maksudnya Faiz akan melihat kepada dua perspektif lah, satu dari patient tu sendiri, satu lagi dari sama ada doktor ataupun nurse,
jururawat lah.
So mungkin Faiz dah mention tapi saya terlepas bahagian method, boleh ulang balik tak bahagian kaedah kajian?
Metodologi.
Okay. Okay, tadi saya akan beri saya kecil sangat lah, boleh baca ke saya soal kaji
macam mana nak besarkan
Okay, thank you. Jadi maksudnya di sini kanak-kanak pun akan diberikan questionnaire ke atau?
Ya, kanak-kanak lah, tak termasuk tak termasuk bayi lah. So basically yang questionnaire tu kita akan tanya pada yang ibu and then yang kanak-kanak yang dah reti untuk menjawab lah.
Okay, saya rasa mungkin kalau kanak-kanak tu mungkin awak boleh guide diorang kot. Macam awak tanya dan awak akan tick kot, sebab kanak-kanak takut kadang-kadang dia orang main-main ke, dia contohnya
Itu
punya
saya
questionnaire.
setuju.
So mungkin
Mungkin
awak
akan
boleh
dibantu oleh ibu atau ayah dia orang lah, penjaga dia orang lah. Untuk mungkin untuk mendalami apa yang dia apa dia punya perasaan, sebab ibu dan ayah tu yang lagi mengenali anak dia tu kan.
Betul.
So mungkin questionnaire akan diberi kepada ibu dengan untuk membantu kanak-kanak tu menjawab.
Okey. Satu lagi yang saya rasa mungkin masalah yang lebih besar, boleh akses ke hospital ke dalam masa 6 bulan akan datang, awak rasa?
Saya dalam masa 6 bulan saya rasa tak.
Saya pun rasa macam tak.
Tapi
apa strategi yang alternatif yang awak boleh fikirkan, sebab saya risau kalau macam tak boleh buat macam ni, even kanak-kanak lagi lah paling vulnerable punya group kan.
Kalau itulah, kalau dalam masa 6 bulan tu saya tak boleh nak akses tu, saya terpaksa tukar kepada topik lain lah, sebab ataupun mungkin saya akan mencari alternatif lain. Contoh macam kalau tak silap saya, JKR dia punya cawangan kanak-kanak punya, ibu dan anak punya cawangan. Mungkin saya punya research akan berubah sedikit tapi tak lari jauh lah.
Maksudnya sikit dalam konteks ibu dan anak, cuma JKR maksudnya apa? Nursery ke atau?
Macam mana?
Maksud Faiz tadi yang JKR tu hospital ke atau nursery ke?
JKR dia ada dia punya apa orang panggil tu? Cawangan untuk pembangunan hospital kanak, ibu dan anak.
Oh, kiranya ada department spesifik
department
untuk
dia, yes.
Oh, okey. So instead of tanya ibu dan anak, mungkin tanya mereka yang terlibat dalam nak develop.
Sebab kita HKL punya hospital ibu dan anak tu pun baru siap. And then another one dekat Ceras pun baru siap, hospital pakar kanak-kanak tu. And then saya pernah involve dalam projek hospital pakar kanak-kanak tu.
Okay.
And then saya ada saya boleh dapatkan maklumat-maklumat lah dekat untuk hospital tu.
Saya rasa ni salah satu alternatif yang boleh dijalankan lah. Kalau katalah sampai 6 bulan pun tak boleh akses, mungkin ni lebih feasible lah untuk awak teruskan. Sebab kalau mungkin lagi komprehensif lah, dapat perspektif dari sudut doktor, nurse dan pesakit. Tapi kalau dah dalam keadaan yang begini, limitation tu lagi besar, so awak pun tak nak proceed, so mungkin at least awak dah ada alternatif lah. Okay. Lagi satu, awak justifikasi pada jurang kajian, saya dah maaf lah sebab saya cakap benda yang sama, tapi awak boleh justify dengan table lah. Ni benda yang sama saya pernah mention sebelum ni. Kena ada yang lebih komprehensif lah untuk tunjuk yang awak dah go through previous research. Mungkin awak dah ada tapi awak tak include dalam slide. Tapi kalau ada benda tu, mungkin panel-panel dan lecturer awak akan nampak lah bahawa awak dah go through one by one, dan dia relevan dengan konteks dan relevan dengan tahun. Dan ada satu bahagian yang kosong, iaitu kanak-kanak dan kanak-kanak dan ibu. Awak cakap banyak pada
ibu dan anak.
Ibu dan anak. Okay. So mungkin itu lebih dapat jelas dan mudah untuk kami hadam lah daripada sekilas pandang. Dan awak akan produce satu panduan untuk mereka bentuk hospital. Objektif terakhir tak silap.
Itu objektif tu more like macam untuk dia punya, saya akan elaborate more on the points yang macam contoh yang dekat dalam yang ni, macam yang research yang saya dah baca tu, dia punya tu dia fokus, dia punya outcome tu dia memberi macam contoh bunyi kan. Dia akan beritahu komen daripada pesakit yang hospital yang dia buat research tu, nakkan apa. Contohnya bunyi tu dia nak penguasaan patient yang nak control on the sound yang dia nak dengar, dia tak nak dengar. So saya akan daripada find out yang dapat tu, saya akan tabulatekan so that apa yang memberi cadangan lah.
Okay.
On
Saya
the outcome.
Faham. Dan saya rasa jelas lah. Benda tu pun tidaklah begitu teknikal, tapi dalam masa sama dia menjadi satu guideline general untuk para konsultan ikut lah kalau nak refer.
Sebab ni based on patient sendiri, bukannya the staff.
Okay. Saya rasa output ni saya setuju lah dan tak ada masalah lah. Saya rasa itu saja dari saya kot. Dan untuk yang 6 bulan ni mungkin dah by 2 bulan, sebulan next bulan awak dah kena tengok lah sama ada possible tak awak nak go through hospital. Daripada situ, sebab daripada awal awak boleh tukar, mungkin lagi cepat awak dapat go through dengan awak punya alternatif tu. If tak boleh proceed dengan datang hospital. Jadi itu saja dari saya. Terima kasih Faiz.
Okay, thank you.
Intan, thank you.
Okay, hi.
Hi, Dan.
I just want to know, is this Izo?
Yes, it is.
Because I think I'm familiar with the voice, but then I'm a little bit.
Hello, Ethan.
Alright, hi. Okay, Izo, I think overall it's a good topic. Rasanya topik ni macam menarik. Okay. And then I think in term of so basically Izo akan buat temu ramah lah, interview.
Yes.
So you are doing questionnaire or just open-ended interview?
It's more like questionnaire sebab kita ada target yang tertentu, and then based on the previous research pun dia dah buat, cumanya perbezaan research yang lama dengan yang baru adalah this one more on ibu dan anak. Dia bukanlah awam, so that kita dah tahu apa yang kita expected from them.
Okay.
Faham tak?
Okay. Apa ni? Okay. I think you should macam tambah lagi literature because I'm also being wondered macam if let's say on hospital what is the most prioritized, because I think in generally of course cahaya pemandangan it's important, but then maybe the most important factor for the children and also ibu kan maybe on the accessibilities. Maksudnya macam accessibilities, maybe colours as a guidance for the path. So because I think they have a few rooms kan, ada banyak rooms to be accessed and everything, and then and the layout maybe dalam satu box kalau you tengok in general, but then you have to move around. So maybe signage, way indications, because I think there's a lot of thing yang boleh diceritakan, boleh dikembangkan daripada aspek let's say satu warna, because warna is not just warna, because there's a lot of architecturally punya solution in terms of warna. I think it's good to increase your knowledge dengan membaca, lebih banyak membaca in depth sikit, dan juga when you construct a questionnaire survey lagi bagus kalau disertakan dengan gambar. So that sebab in general kalau patients ataupun doktor semua dia tak faham apa yang kita nak. So it's good to sertakan dengan gambar so that they could visualize what are their priorities lah. And then to determine lah macam either nak buat close-ended questionnaire tu macam mana, nak buat like a scale ke, nak buat macam mana. So these are the thing I think you have to take a look in detail sikit. Because I think this topic is not for me it's not an easy topic, but then you kena tunjuk detail sikit so it's easy for people to jawab soalan lah. Okay, thank you.
Alright, thank you, Intan.
Alright, guys, thank you very much. Can you guys turn on your camera? Ada lama tak tengok you all, dah 10 minggu.
Sorry Puan, tak ada kamera Puan.
Siapa tu? Siapa tak ada kamera? Faiz. Faiz nak kamera.
Tak ada, saya dah kat rumah tapi saya memang komputer tak ada kamera.
Tengok Izzat bersongkok lagi.
Adik saya kahwin. Puan ni.
Oh ya ke? Ni je. Sekejap. I want to print screen. Sekejap nanti before I go to the individual comment. Sekejap. Alright. Sekejap. How do I want to put everyone in one screen? Boleh? Saya kadang-kadang takut orang tak faham bahasa saya. Sorry. I'm distracted.
Makna ada website tengok.
Okay, guys. Thank you very much, Miss Intan and Mr. Izzat, for the very fruitful discussion. I think there are a lot of things that you can learn from both of them. They are your seniors, by the way. They have done their MH. Liana, Intan was doing your MH in UTM, right?
Yep, UTM. Yeah.
And Izzat, master from where is it?
Manchester.
Manchester. Okay. So now they are doing PhD in TM. So I hope that both of you can join us after this, after your PhD. Okay. It's very. It is my. It is our pleasure to have you guys, so that they can give the comments and all the feedback from you guys. Right. I can just reserve my comment for individual research proposal later. So that, but please let me some time for me to go through all the submissions for the Microsoft of your PowerPoint slide, and then I can just comment individually. Right. But for the some of the general comments that I can just give to you guys this time being, it's more on the citation and references. Okay, if I can see from sorry. Okay, on the citation and references, I can see from your background of the study and also your introduction. Most of you just stated whatever background of the problem, that why do you want to do that, why do you want to do this, but you don't cite the people. I think some of you may put the citation, but a lot of you didn't put it. Okay? For instance, you have read one journal on the health facilities, and let's say it is written by Khalid Amran. Okay, so you need to put there Khalid Amran 2019. Okay, so everything that has been mentioned or you find it somewhere else, you need to put the citation. It is all about the integrity. Okay, because it is not yours and it is taken from somebody else, you need to put it. Right, and then for the references, you need to put it in every slide. Usually we put it that way. Okay, if you have any diagram, if you have any table, if you have an image, you need to put the references. Okay, not only to be put in the last page only. Right. Then for the okay, on the references, if I just browse through some of your submissions before this, many of the references you have taken it from internet only. You didn't go very detailed into the books, the journal, or you can get the information from the newspaper articles and so on. Right? So after this, if you have the opportunity or chance, you can browse through all those other related materials, not only on the internet. I know the internet it is very easy to get information from the internet, but please do not rely mostly on the internet sources, right? Okay, and then if you put the resource it is from internet source, you need to put the date. Where did you access that website? Because why? Because the website it can be written by why is it so noise? Okay, alright. Okay, apa tadi yang saya nak cakap? Lupa dah. Alright. So if you have taken something from the internet resource, you need to put where did you access that thing, because from the internet sources it can be written by anyone. Okay, you don't know who is the author, or it can be edited edited bila-bila sahaja. So you need to put something like www.images.com retrieve at or access at. You need to put the date. Okay, So if you go through the website later, kalau dia punya content tu is changes, maybe somebody has changed the content. Alright. And then for the Gantt chart schedule, it's okay. Somebody has some of you has done it in several weeks, or some of you has done it in several months. It's okay. It is depending on your individual proposed topic. So this one is okay. Okay, another thing for the references, it should be recent. Okay, for instance, you are doing something on the technology thing, all right, something that on the BIM, let's say. So your references should be very recent. Now it's 2020, so perhaps you can read a lot of journals or articles in 2015 and above. Okay, dia macam 5 years back tu is okay. Dia tak nak macam kalau you banyak tahun yang 1990, 2000. Tahun 2000 pun dah lama dah sebab dia dah 20 tahun. Okay, so dia tak recent. And then perhaps kalau you ambil yang previous research yang tak recent, we might get miss anything that is already updated. Okay, perhaps benda tu dah outdated tapi you said it is not there. Padahal you yang tak baca yang the recent journal topics and so on. Alright. Some of you only have 2 or 3 references. Ni I don't know why, or you don't put it in your slideshow, I don't know. But you need to put, I think for this one, because the assignment is on the book chapter, so perhaps I think the minimum should be 10 references at least. Because some of you has just put it 2 or 3 or 5 references. Okay, and we have agreed that you should put it in APA format kan. Last time I think you guys have known how to put it in APA format. And then another thing, architect works with images. Okay, some of you, I think I have browsed through some of the Microsoft Word submission. There is no any image. It is all lengthy wording, so you cannot imagine something. Let's say you are talking about conservation of old or heritage building, so you need to put all these examples of images and so on. Okay, and then selection of case studies, numbers of respondents, and site selection, you need to justify. Kenapa? Kalau if you say that you want to have 100 respondents, why? Kan? You kena tahulah kenapa nak kena 100, kenapa tak 50, kenapa nak kena 20 sahaja. Alright, and then also the site selection. How does the site is related to your research topic? Okay. Literature gap, yang ni I kena tengok balik. Some of you tadi macam I tak perasan, ada yang buat, ada yang tak ada. And then, okay, this one is some compliment for you guys. I think you guys have done quite a lot of work. Okay, so it is surprisingly because we just met 10 weeks ago, and then you managed to do all these things, so which is very good, despite of the busy schedule that you have in your firm. Okay, keep up the momentum. And then some of the research proposal are very interesting. I think you can use this same proposal for your thesis later or your pre-thesis later after this. So it is good that you have done something which is related to your own interest, so that you can work out on that, right? And then, okay, a lot of you should read more. Yang ni pun sama tadi, dia sama macam literature review and references. Ada yang dia macam sangat limited dia punya literature review. Okay, so you kena banyak baca lagi lah. Alright, okay, I think that's all for today. Alright, if you have any question, you can just ask here, guys. Ada soalan tak?
So untuk submissions next year masih ada lagi presentation lah.
Next year? Oh yelah, next year.
Final.
Ini dah December. Tak ada. Okay, for the next submission, you are only required to, okay, after this, I'll give you all the comments by Dr. Izzat. He is writing something on the he will give us the written comments, same as Miss Intaliana and also Dr. Intan and Miss Axi just now. They have provided me with their written comments, and then I'll give it to you, and also I will give my own written comments after this. But then please allow me some time to browse through all these eating submissions. All right, and then we don't have any presentation after this. Okay, but for next meeting on the week 30, we will continue our lecture input, and also we will have a thesis presentation and sharing session by your graduates, by your graduated seniors. They have just graduated from the MH, so that you can get something from them, and then you know what to expect in your thesis later. All right? Okay, Junwei?
Okay.
All right. So if you don't have any other question, I think thank you very much, Dr. Izzat and Miss Taliana. Okay, it is lama betul ni. Tak tadi kita 10 minit seorang je. But I was thought you, I think you are very eager to present whatever you have done during the weekend. Okay, so if we don't have anything, I think class dismissed. So you can just wait for my comment for this. Alright?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
guys.
everyone.
Thank you, Doctor.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, Doctor. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Thank you, doctor.
Alright.